The morning sun barely penetrated the canopy of the whispering woods as Gandalf led his weary company through the forest's outer edge. The air hung thick with moisture and the scent of ancient moss, every breath tasting of secrets and shadow. Behind the wizard walked Strider, his keen eyes scanning the undergrowth for signs of passage. Elrond moved with the silent grace of his people, barely disturbing the fallen leaves beneath his boots. Dorothy clutched her staff nervously, her healer's instincts already prickling at the wrongness that permeated this place. Marcus, Elara, and the remaining rangers formed a protective circle around the group, weapons drawn and ready. But it was the newest member of their company who commanded the most attention. Alfharin padded at Gandalf's side, a massive wolf whose silver-gray coat seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light in the forest's gloom. The creature stood nearly as tall as a pony at the shoulder, with eyes that burned with an intelligence far beyond any normal beast. Those eyes, one amber, one pale blue, missed nothing as they swept the forest floor, the tree line, the shifting shadows that danced between the ancient trunks. The wolf had appeared 3 days after their escape from the mountains, emerging from the wilderness as if summoned by some unspoken need. Gandalf had recognized him immediately, or rather, recognized what he represented. Alfharin was no ordinary wolf, but a guardian spirit given flesh, one of the ancient protectors of the wild places, who chose their companions with a wisdom that transcended mortal understanding. The bond between wizard and wolf had formed instantly, wordlessly, in that moment of first meeting. Gandalf had knelt, extended his hand, and Alfharin had approached without hesitation, pressing his massive head against the wizard's palm in a gesture of recognition and acceptance. Since that moment, the wolf had not left Gandalf's side, and the company had gained a tracker and guardian whose abilities far exceeded anything they could have hoped for. Now, as they entered the deeper reaches of the Whispering Woods in pursuit of the surviving cultists from Karak-Varn, those abilities would be tested to their limits. "The trail is still fresh," Strider said quietly, kneeling to examine broken branches and disturbed earth. "They passed through here no more than 6 hours ago, moving fast but not carefully. See how they've left clear signs? Either they're panicking or they don't care if we follow. Or they want us to follow," Elrond observed, his ancient eyes troubled. "This forest has a reputation. The Whispering Woods are not named so lightly. The trees here remember everything, and they do not welcome those who bring violence and corruption into their domain." Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, his face drawn with exhaustion that even days of rest had not fully erased. The battle at Karak-Varn and the ritual to strengthen the seal had taken more from him than he cared to admit. But there was no time for recovery, not when the cultists who had escaped carried with them knowledge of what lay beneath the mountain, and worse, the fanaticism to try again. "Alfharin," Gandalf said quietly, and the wolf's ears immediately swiveled toward him. "Can you track them?" The wolf's response was to lower his massive head to the forest floor, nostrils flaring as he drew in the complex tapestry of scents that painted a story invisible to human senses. His body went rigid for a moment. Then he began moving forward with purposeful strides, following a trail only he could perceive. The company fell in behind him, trusting in the wolf's supernatural tracking ability. As they moved deeper into the woods, the forest itself seemed to change. The trees grew closer together, their trunks twisted into strange shapes that suggested frozen movement, as if they had been caught mid-dance by some ancient spell. The undergrowth became denser, thorny vines reaching out to snag at clothing and exposed skin. And everywhere, from every direction, at every moment, came the whispers. They were not voices, exactly. more like the memory of voices echoing through time and space, fragments of conversations held centuries ago, warnings given by long-dead travelers, songs sung by peoples whose very names had been forgotten, the whispers never quite resolved into words, always dancing just at the edge of comprehension, but their presence was undeniable and deeply unsettling. Dorothy pressed closer to Marcus, her face pale. "I don't like this place. It feels wrong, like the forest is watching us." "It is," Elrond said simply. "The Whispering Woods are semi-sentient, a collective consciousness formed from thousands of years of growth and memory. Every significant event that occurs here leaves an impression, becomes part of the forest's awareness. We are walking through a living archive of history." "Cheerful," Marcus muttered, his hand tight on his sword hilt. Alfharin suddenly stopped, his body going tense. A low growl rumbled in his chest, not aggressive, but warning, alert. Gandalf immediately raised his staff, its light brightening. "What is it? What do you sense?" The wolf's eyes were fixed on a section of forest floor ahead that looked no different from any other. Mossy ground, scattered leaves, a few exposed roots. But as the company watched, one of those roots twitched, just slightly, just enough to suggest it was not entirely plant matter. "Nobody move," Strider commanded, his voice sharp and low. He crouched and picked up a small stone, then tossed it toward the suspicious area. The moment the stone struck the ground, the forest floor erupted. What had appeared to be roots revealed themselves as living tendrils, thick, thorny vines that lashed out with blinding speed, seeking to entangle and crush. They writhed in the air for several seconds, searching for prey, before gradually subsiding back into apparent dormancy. "Magical trap," Gandalf said grimly, "designed to catch and hold anyone following this path. The cultists must have set them as they fled, buying time and reducing the number of pursuers." Alara knelt beside the trap, studying it with professional interest. "Can we disarm it?" "Perhaps, but it would take time we don't have. Better to mark its location and go around." Gandalf looked at Alfharin. "Can you sense others? Lead us on a safer path?" The wolf's response was immediate. He moved forward, but at an angle to their original trajectory, nose to the ground, testing each step before committing his weight. The company followed carefully, trusting in his supernatural senses to detect dangers that would be invisible to their own perception. They encountered 3 more traps in the next hour, each one different, each one deadly in its own way. One was a pit covered with an illusion of solid ground that would have sent anyone who stepped on it plummeting onto sharpened stakes. Another was a triggered spell that would have encased its victim in ice, freezing them solid in seconds. The third was perhaps the most insidious, a subtle charm woven into a particularly beautiful cluster of flowers that whispered seductive promises of rest and safety, luring the exhausted toward a clearing where carnivorous plants waited with patient hunger. Each time, Alfharin detected the danger before anyone in the company could fall victim to it. The wolf's senses went beyond the physical. He could smell magic itself, could hear the subtle wrongness of illusions, could feel the disturbance in the natural order that marked artificial threats. "How is he doing this?" Dorothy asked wonderingly, watching as Alfharin carefully led them around yet another concealed hazard. "I've never seen any creature, magical or mundane, with such incredible awareness." "He is guardian-born," Gandalf explained, his voice quiet with respect. "Alfharin is not simply a wolf who happens to be magical. He is a manifestation of the forest's own protective instinct, given form and will. In a sense, he is part of these woods. He can feel what they feel, know what they know. The traps the cultists have set are foreign objects in a familiar body. Of course he can sense them." "Then why doesn't the forest simply reject the traps? Remove them? Marcus asked. Because the Whispering Woods are old and slow to act, Elrond replied. Their consciousness operates on a different timescale than ours. What seems urgent to us, a matter of hours, is barely a heartbeat to them. By the time they fully recognize the intrusion and mobilize to remove it, we will have either caught the cultists or failed in our pursuit. As if in response to this assessment, the quality of the whispers around them changed. What had been merely unsettling background noise began to coalesce into something more directed. Dorothy caught fragments of actual words now, warnings, pleas, directions spoken in languages she didn't recognize but somehow understood on an instinctive level. Turn back. Danger ahead. They bring corruption. The old ways are violated. Blood on the roots. Darkness spreading. Alpharin's ears flattened against his skull, and he released a sharp bark that somehow conveyed both acknowledgement and defiance. The whispers seemed to recognize this response, and their tone shifted, still warning, but now also questioning, assessing. The forest is trying to communicate, Gandalf said, his staff glowing brighter. It knows we pursue those who have brought corruption into its domain. It's deciding whether we are allies or additional threats. How do we convince it we're here to help? Dorothy asked. Before Gandalf could answer, Alfharin took matters into his own paws. The wolf stepped forward and tilted his head back, releasing a howl that echoed through the trees, long, mournful, and somehow ancient. It was not a sound of aggression or challenge, but of greeting and identification, a declaration of kinship and purpose. The forest went absolutely silent. Even the ever-present whispers ceased, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. Then, slowly, cautiously, the whispers returned, but different now, softer, almost welcoming. The trees around them seemed to lean back slightly, no longer pressing in quite so claustrophobically. The path ahead, which had been choked with undergrowth, appeared marginally clearer. "Well done," Gandalf said, reaching down to place a hand on Alfharin's massive head. "You've bought us safe passage, at least for now." They pressed on, moving faster now that the forest was no longer actively impeding their progress. The trail of the fleeing cultists became more obvious, not just broken branches and disturbed earth, but actual signs of panic, discarded equipment, torn fabric caught on thorns, and increasingly blood. "They're injured," Strider observed, examining a splash of crimson on a tree trunk. "Multiple individuals from the different blood types, and not all of it is fresh. Some of these wounds are at least a day old. Whatever they're running from or toward, they're paying a heavy price for the journey." "The forest is fighting back," Elrond said, his voice carrying both satisfaction and concern. "The corruption they carry is anathema to this place. The trees themselves are attacking them. Thorns that reach out to tear, roots that trip and entangle, branches that strike like clubs. The Whispering Woods are slow to anger, but once roused, they are formidable enemies." Marcus frowned. "If the forest is already attacking them, why do we need to pursue? Why not let the woods finish them off?" "Because they're not trying to survive the crossing," Gandalf said grimly. "They're trying to reach something, some destination within the forest that they believe will offer protection or power. And I fear I know what it might be." He paused at the base of a massive oak tree, one hand pressed against its trunk. His eyes closed, and for a moment he seemed to be listening to something only he could hear. When he opened them again, his expression was deeply troubled. "The Tree of Oblivion," he said quietly. "It lies at the heart of these woods. An ancient oak that has stood since before the First Age, serving as a repository for forgotten memories. Those who die in the Whispering Woods, their final thoughts, Their last experiences are absorbed by the tree. It's said to contain the accumulated wisdom and sorrow of thousands of years. And the cultists are heading for it, Dorothy said, understanding dawning. They want to use it somehow, to tap into that power. Worse, Gandalf replied. There's a seal there, older even than the one we just reinforced at Alfharin. It binds something that was deemed too dangerous to destroy, too significant to simply erase. If the cultists reach it, if they have the knowledge and tools to break that seal, he didn't need to finish the thought. They all understood the implications. Then we can't let them reach it, Strider said flatly. How far ahead are they? Alfharin, who had been ranging ahead while the humans talked, suddenly returned at a full run. The wolf skidded to a stop before Gandalf and released a series of short, urgent barks, a clear message of immediate danger. Close, Gandalf translated, reading the wolf's body language and the images that flowed through their mental bond. Very close, and... He paused, his face paling. And they're not alone anymore. Something is with them, something that wasn't there before. What kind of something? Marcus demanded, drawing his sword. Alpharin's response was to bare his fangs and growl, a deep, resonant sound that spoke of primal threat. Whatever the wolf sensed ahead, it was dangerous enough to trigger his most aggressive defensive instincts. We need to move, Gandalf said urgently. Now, before they complete whatever they're attempting. The company broke into a run, following Alfharin as the wolf raced through the forest with supernatural speed and grace. The trees seemed to part before him, recognizing him as kin and facilitating his passage. The humans struggled to keep pace, branches whipping at their faces, roots threatening to trip them with every step. They burst into a small clearing and stopped abruptly, weapons raised, breaths heaving. The clearing was empty, but the signs of recent occupation were everywhere. Burned-out fire pits, scattered belongings, and, most disturbing, a pattern of runes carved into the earth itself. The runes glowed with a faint, sickly green light, and where they touched the forest floor, the grass had withered and died. A summoning circle, Elrond said, his voice tight with anger and concern. They've called something from beyond, something that should never have been brought into this world. Alfharin circled the clearing, hackles raised, clearly agitated. When he reached the far edge, he stopped and stared into the deeper forest, a constant low growl rumbling from his chest. They're still ahead, Gandalf said, moving to stand beside the wolf. Moving fast now. Whatever they summoned, it's traveling with them, protecting them or driving them forward. I can't tell which. Dorothy approached the summoning circle cautiously, her healer's senses recoiling from the wrongness that emanated from the runes. This magic, it's hurting the forest, poisoning it. Look, the corruption is spreading from the circle. The trees nearby are already starting to sicken. She was right. The nearest trees, which should have been vibrant with late summer growth, showed signs of decay, leaves turning brown and falling prematurely, bark cracking and oozing dark sap. The whispers of the forest, which had been almost welcoming after Alpharin's howl, now carried notes of pain and anger. We need to close this circle, Elrond said, kneeling beside it. Disrupt the magic before it spreads further. But that will take time we don't have. Then we split up, Strider said decisively. Elrond and half the Rangers stay here to deal with the corruption. The rest of us continue the pursuit. We can't afford to let the cultists reach the Tree of Oblivion. Gandalf looked troubled by this suggestion. Splitting the party is always dangerous, especially here in a forest that is only barely tolerating our presence. Do we have a choice? Marcus asked bluntly. We can't let that poison spread, and we can't let the cultists complete whatever they're planning. We need to address both threats. For a moment, Gandalf stood in silence, weighing options, calculating risks. Then he nodded slowly. "Very well. Elrond, take Marcus, Elara, and Peter. Close the summoning circle and do what you can to heal the forest's wounds. The rest of us will continue after the cultists." He looked down at Alfharin. "And you, my friend, I need you to make a choice. Stay and help protect those who remain here, or come with me and face whatever darkness lies ahead." The wolf's response was immediate and unambiguous. He moved to Gandalf's side and sat, his body language conveying absolute loyalty and determination. Wherever the wizard went, the wolf would follow. Gandalf smiled, a weary expression that somehow mixed sadness, gratitude, and grim determination. "Then let's finish this, one way or another." The two groups separated, one staying to deal with the immediate corruption, the other pressing deeper into the forest following Alfharin's supernatural tracking sense. As they moved away from the clearing, Dorothy looked back once to see Elrond already at work, his hands moving in complex patterns as he wove cleansing magic to counter the summoning circle's poison. Then the trees closed behind them, and there was only the path ahead, and whatever horrors awaited at its end. The whispers of the forest grew louder, more urgent, and in those whispers, Dorothy thought she could hear a warning, or perhaps a prophecy. The tree remembers, the tree judges, and those found wanting will be forgotten forever. Alfharin howled once more, a sound of challenge and promise, and led them deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The forest changed as they pushed deeper into its heart. The trees here were vastly older, their trunks so thick that 10 men linking hands could not have encircled them. Their bark was deeply furrowed, marked with patterns that seemed almost like writing in no recognizable language. The canopy overhead had grown so dense that midday sun was reduced to scattered pinpricks of light, creating eternal twilight that made judging time difficult. The whispers had changed too. No longer merely background noise or fragmentary warnings, they had become more focused, more present. It was as if invisible observers walked alongside them, commenting on their passage, debating their worthiness, questioning their purpose. Alfharin's ears swiveled constantly, tracking sounds the humans couldn't perceive. The wolf's body language had shifted from aggressive pursuit to wary alertness. He no longer charged ahead but moved with calculated caution, testing each step, pausing frequently to assess their surroundings. "He senses something," Gandalf said quietly. "Something beyond the cultists we're pursuing. The forest itself is watching us more closely now." Strider had his bow ready, an arrow nocked but not drawn. His ranger's instincts screamed warnings, though he couldn't identify any specific threat. "I don't like this. It feels like we're being herded along a specific path." "We are," came a voice, not from any member of their company, but from the forest itself. The voice was strange, layered, as if multiple speakers talked in perfect unison. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the trees, vibrating in the very air they breathed. The company stopped immediately, weapons raised, forming a defensive circle. Alfharin placed himself directly in front of Gandalf, hackles raised, teeth bared. But the wolf's growl held uncertainty, as if he couldn't quite identify whether what they faced was enemy or something else entirely. "Show yourself," Gandalf commanded, his staff blazing with white light. "We mean no harm to this forest, but we will defend ourselves if threatened." "Harm?" The voice carried a note that might have been amusement or anger, impossible to tell. "You speak of harm as if you understand what it means to us. Your kind lives for decades, perhaps a century if fortune favors you. We have stood here for thousands of years, We remember when your ancestors were nomads wandering lost through these woods. As the voice spoke, the trees around them began to change. Not dramatically, but gradually, organically, their shapes shifted. Trunks that had appeared solid revealed hollow spaces. Branches that had seemed randomly positioned realigned into more deliberate configurations. And within those hollows and configurations, shapes began to emerge. Faces, not carved, not artificial, but formed from the living wood itself. Eyes that were knots in the grain, mouths that were splits in the bark. Features that seemed to flow and shift, never quite settling into fixed appearance. Hjorns, Strider breathed. Ancient tree spirits. I've heard tales, but never thought I'd actually see one. You are seeing many, the composite voice replied. The faces in the trees, Dorothy could now count at least a dozen within visible range, all moved in synchronization, as if they were parts of a single distributed consciousness. We are the watchers of the deep grove. We are the memory of the wood. We are the roots that remember and the branches that judge. Gandalf slowly lowered his staff, though he didn't extinguish its light. We seek no conflict with you, ancient ones. We pursue those who bring corruption into your domain, those who would use dark magic to violate the sanctity of this forest. We know. The tree spirit's tone was impossible to read. We have felt their passage, felt the wrongness they carry, the sickness they spread. The very earth cries out where they walk. The small creatures flee before them. Then you understand why we must stop them, Dorothy said, stepping forward despite Strider's cautioning hand. They're heading for the Tree of Oblivion. If they reach it, if they break the seal, we know what lies sealed at the tree, the voices interrupted, and now there was definitely anger in their tone. We were there when the binding was made. We gave of our own essence to strengthen it. We have stood guard over it for age upon age, ensuring that what was imprisoned remains imprisoned. Then help us, Gandalf said simply. You know the forest in ways we never could. Guide us to the tree by the fastest path. Help us stop those who would undo what your kind helped create. The tree faces were silent for a long moment. The whispers of the forest intensified, becoming a complex chorus of debate. Finally, the composite voice spoke again. We do not trust your kind easily. Humans are brief as mayflies and twice as reckless. They take without asking, destroy without understanding, and leave scars that last long after they have turned to dust. I am not human, Gandalf said quietly, and there was weight in those words, the weight of ages and knowledge and power that transcended mortal limitations. I am Mithrandir, and I have walked these lands since before many of your youngest trees broke soil. I know the price of recklessness. I know the cost of failure. And I know that what we face now threatens not just humanity, but all things that grow and live. The tree spirits studied him, their wooden features somehow conveying intense scrutiny. Then, one by one, the faces turned to look at Alfharin. And you bring one of the Guardian-born with you, the voices said. And now the tone had shifted, not warm, but respectful. That speaks well. The wolf spirits do not bond with those who carry corruption. They are pure of purpose, incorruptible by nature. If this one walks at your side, perhaps you are not as false as your kind often proves. Alfharin, recognizing he was the focus of attention, sat up straighter and met the gaze of the tree spirits directly. For a long moment, there was silent communication. Wolf and trees, both ancient beyond human understanding, assessing each other. Then Alfharin lowered his head slightly. Not submission, but acknowledgement. Respect offered and, apparently, received. The tree spirits' faces softened. The wolf vouches for you, That is no small thing. Very well, we will not impede your passage, but neither will we make it easy. You must prove yourselves worthy to reach the Tree of Oblivion. What kind of proof? Strider asked warily. You will know when the test comes, the voices replied. And know this, the path ahead grows more dangerous with each step. The ones you pursue have called something from the outer darkness. It hungers and hates and knows only consumption. Even now it grows stronger, feeding on the life force of the forest itself. Can you stop it? Dorothy asked. We are old and strong, yes, the tree spirits interrupted. But we are also slow. Our power is vast but diffuse. To gather enough force to confront the summoned creature directly would take days, and by then the corruption would have spread beyond our ability to contain. No, this is a task for those who move swiftly and strike decisively. For those like you. The faces in the trees began to fade, but before they disappeared entirely, the composite voice spoke once more. Follow the silver path. The wolf will see it. But be warned. What you find at the tree will test not just your strength and skill, but your very souls. The Tree of Oblivion does not give up its secrets lightly. Many have tried. Most have failed. Those who failed are no longer remembered by anyone or anything, not even by themselves. The presence of the tree spirits withdrew, and suddenly the forest felt emptier, more mundane, though no less dangerous. Gandalf let out a long breath. That could have gone much worse. Could it? Strider asked skeptically. They told us we're walking into certain doom, and they're not going to help. They're not going to hinder us either, Gandalf pointed out. For beings of their nature and power, that's actually quite generous. Dorothy looked around at the now still trees. What did they mean about a silver path? Gandalf gestured to Alfharin. Show us, my friend. What do you see? The wolf stood and moved forward, then stopped and looked back. Are you coming? To Dorothy's eyes, Alfharin seemed to face a solid wall of undergrowth, but as she watched, the wolf walked forward without hesitation, and the brambles seemed to simply not be there when he reached them. An illusion, Gandalf said. The tree spirits are showing Alfharin the true path while concealing it from our eyes, testing our trust. We must follow and believe that where he leads is solid ground. That's asking a lot, one of the rangers muttered. Yes, Gandalf agreed, but we have no choice. Strider stepped forward first, following Alfharin despite every instinct, screaming he was about to walk into thorns. At the last second, the illusion parted, and he found himself on a narrow but clear trail. One by one, the company followed. Dorothy closed her eyes for her passage, finding it easier to trust when she couldn't see the illusions. The silver path led them deeper into the ancient grove. The trees here were impossibly old, their trunks scarred by lightning and storms that predated history. Some had fallen centuries ago and now lay like bridges, their decay feeding new growth. But underlying the natural cycle was wrongness that grew more apparent with each step. Alfharin sensed it first, his hackles rising. Then the humans began to notice a smell, faint but unmistakable. The sickly sweet stench of corruption and decay, accelerated and unnatural. They found the source soon enough. A clearing opened before them. At its center stood what had once been a magnificent tree, perhaps a century or two old. But it was dying, not the slow death of age, but something violent and wrong. Its bark had turned black and begun to slough off, revealing wood that oozed dark, tarry sap. Its leaves had all fallen, and from its trunk, strange fungal growths pulsed with sickly phosphorescence, spreading like cancer. The summoned creature, Gandalf said, his voice tight with anger. It passed through here, and this is what it left behind. a zone of corruption, transforming living wood into something else. Dorothy approached the dying tree cautiously. She could feel the wrongness emanating from it like heat. This wasn't natural death. This was violation, desecration. "Can we help it?" she asked, though she suspected the answer. Gandalf shook his head slowly. "Not without time and resources we don't have. The corruption is too deep. The kindest thing would be to burn it. Give it clean death rather than leaving it to rot into something that will spread its sickness." "The forest spirit said the creature was feeding on the life force of the woods," Strider said. "If it's doing this everywhere it passes, it must be growing incredibly powerful. We don't have a choice," Gandalf replied. "If we turn back now, the cultists reach the tree unopposed. And if they break that seal?" He didn't finish. Alfharin had been circling the corrupted tree, staying clear of its toxic influence. Now the wolf returned and released a soft whine, not fear, but concern. "I know," Gandalf said softly. "I know it's dangerous, but we must press on. Can you still follow their trail?" Alfharin moved to the far side of the clearing and pointed toward a gap in the trees. The message was clear. Before they could move, the whispers rose to a crescendo. "Danger! Corruption spreads. The tree that was aldering cries out, 'Mercy!'" "The tree has a name," Dorothy said wonderingly. "They remember it, mourn it." "Everything in this forest has a name," Gandalf said. "Everything is known, remembered, valued, which is why this violation is so terrible." He raised his staff. "Stand back. I'll give Aldring what peace I can." The wizard spoke a word of power, and white fire erupted, engulfing the corrupted tree. But this was not destructive flame. It was cleansing, purifying. The fire burned away the fungal growths, consumed the blackened bark, reduced the toxic wood to clean ash. The whispers changed tone, still sad, but now carrying gratitude. Alfharin released a soft bark, approval. Then the wolf turned and began moving again. The company followed, but now with heightened awareness of what they truly faced. This wasn't just desperate fanatics anymore. They were hunting something that could corrupt and destroy the very fabric of this ancient forest. The silver path led them through increasingly surreal terrain. They passed groves where trees grew in perfect geometric patterns. They crossed streams that ran uphill. They walked through clearings where time itself seemed to flow differently. "The forest is testing us," Strider observed, "seeing if we're worthy of reaching the tree." They encountered more evidence of the cultists' passage, not just the trail, but actual signs of growing desperation. Discarded equipment, more blood, from wounds and from deliberate bloodletting, ritual sacrifices meant to appease the thing they had summoned. And they found bodies. The first was a cultist, male, middle-aged, still wearing tattered robes. He lay sprawled across the path, his face frozen in absolute terror, but there were no visible wounds. He appeared to have simply died of fear. "The summoned creature turned on them," Gandalf said. "Whatever compact they thought they had with it, it's broken down." They found 2 more bodies over the next hour, both in similar condition. "They're being hunted by the very thing they called," Dorothy said, feeling a complex mixture of pity and grim satisfaction. Alfharin had moved ahead and now released a sharp bark, not warning, but announcement. He had found something significant. The company hurried forward and emerged into another clearing, larger than the previous one and far more disturbing. At its center stood a circle of standing stones, ancient menhirs covered in runes that predated any human language. They radiated old, deep, patient power. This was a sacred place, or it had been. Now the stones were cracked, their runes defaced. The ground within the circle had turned black, as if scorched by terrible heat, and lying scattered around were more bodies, but these were not cultists. These were forest creatures, deer, rabbits, birds, even a young bear, all dead, all with the same expression of abject terror. "It fed here," Gandalf said, his voice shaking with rage. The summoned creature stopped to feed, to absorb the life force of everything in this clearing. "Can we destroy it?" Strider asked. Gandalf was silent for a long moment. Then, "I don't know. Perhaps, with help, if the forest itself rises against it, if we can channel the ancient magic of this place, perhaps, but it will be costly." Alfharin, who had been investigating the defiled stones, suddenly went rigid. His eyes fixed on the far side of the clearing, where the trees grew thick and dark. And in those shadows, something moved. It wasn't normal movement, not the swaying of branches or passage of an animal. It was wrongness, a distortion in reality itself, as if space between the trees was being pulled and twisted by invisible hands. "It's still here," Dorothy breathed. "The creature. It hasn't moved on. It's waiting, watching us." "Not just watching," Gandalf said, raising his staff. White light blazed, pushing back the shadows. "Hunting. It's identified us as potential prey." The company formed a defensive circle, weapons drawn. Alfharin stood at Gandalf's side, every muscle tense, teeth bared in silent challenge. For a long, terrible moment, nothing happened. The shadows writhed, and that sense of wrongness intensified until it felt like physical pressure against their minds. Then, suddenly, the presence withdrew. The shadows returned to normal. The wrongness faded. "It's left," Strider said, though he didn't lower his bow. "Why?" "Because we're defended," Gandalf said, gesturing to Alfharin. "The wolf's presence marks us as under the forest's protection. The creature knows attacking us would bring the full wrath of the tree spirits down on it. Better to continue toward whatever the cultists have promised it, whatever power lies at the Tree of Oblivion." "Then we're running out of time," Dorothy said. "Then we run," Gandalf said simply. "Alfharin, fastest route. Don't worry about stealth anymore, just speed. We need to reach the tree before they do." The wolf didn't hesitate. He launched forward at full run, and the company had no choice but to follow, racing through the ancient forest in a desperate bid to prevent catastrophe. Behind them, the defiled standing stone stood as testament to corruption, and ahead, somewhere in the deepest heart of the Whispering Woods, the Tree of Oblivion waited, ancient, powerful, and terribly vulnerable. The whispers of the forest rose to a howl. Too late, too late. They reach the tree. All is lost. But Gandalf and his companions didn't slow, because even if they were too late, there was still a chance, however slim, to stop what came next. And as long as that chance existed, they would fight. Alfharin led them on, through terrain that should have been impassable, driven by loyalty and purpose that transcended mortal understanding. The race had become a sprint, and everything depended on who reached the finish line first. The forest became a blur as they ran, Alfharin setting a brutal pace that pushed even the rangers to their limits. The wolf moved with supernatural speed and endurance, never tiring, never slowing, his massive paws finding purchase on terrain that should have been impossible to traverse at such velocity. The humans struggled to keep up, their lungs burning, muscles screaming in protest, but fear and determination drove them forward. They had been running for perhaps 20 minutes, though time felt distorted in these depths of the Whispering Woods, when Alfharin suddenly skidded to a halt, nearly causing Strider to collide with him. The wolf's ears were forward, his body tense but not aggressive. He had found something. The company caught up, gasping for breath, and followed Alfharin's gaze to what lay ahead. It was a camp, hastily constructed but recently occupied. Crude shelters made from branches and stolen fabric, the remains of a fire, still warm enough that wisps of smoke curled from the ashes, and everywhere signs of chaos and panic, scattered belongings, overturned packs, trails of blood leading in multiple directions. But what caught Dorothy's attention immediately were the figures lying motionless throughout the camp. At first, she thought they were more bodies, more victims of the summoned creature's hunger. But as she approached cautiously, she realized these people were still alive. Barely. There were 7 of them, 5 adults and 2 children. They lay scattered around the camp in various positions of collapse. Their eyes closed, their breathing so shallow it was almost imperceptible. Their skin had taken on a waxy gray pallor, and when Dorothy checked one man's pulse, it was thread-like and irregular. "They're alive," she announced, "but barely. It's like they're suspended between life and death, trapped in some kind of stasis." Gandalf knelt beside the nearest victim, a woman perhaps in her 30s, dressed in simple village clothing. He passed his hand over her forehead, his eyes closing in concentration. When he opened them again, his expression was grim. "Runic bonds," he said. "Look, carved into the trees around the camp. The cultists have woven a sleep spell across this entire area, keyed to these specific individuals. They're being held in magical suspension." Strider had already found the runes, complex symbols carved into the bark of surrounding trees, glowing with a faint, sickly green light. Why? Why capture these people and put them in stasis rather than simply killing them? "Provisions," Gandalf said, his voice heavy with disgust. "Not food for the cultists, but for the creature they've summoned. They're keeping these victims alive but helpless, saving them as a mobile food source. When the creature needs to feed again, the cultists can simply break the stasis on one victim at a time and offer them up." Dorothy felt bile rise in her throat. That's monstrous. These are people, innocents who were probably just traveling through the forest. And they're being kept like livestock. "Yes," Gandalf agreed, "which tells us something important about our enemies. They're not just fanatics willing to sacrifice themselves for their cause. They're utterly without conscience or compassion. They see other human beings as nothing more than resources to be exploited." Alfharin had been investigating the camp while the humans talked, his nose to the ground, reading the story written in scent and trace evidence. Now the wolf released a sharp bark and moved to the camp's eastern edge, where a crude cage had been constructed from branches and rope. Inside the cage was another victim, but this one was awake, an elf, male, young by the standards of his people, probably no more than a century old. He wore the garb of a scout, practical leather and muted greens designed for moving unseen through wilderness. His face was bruised and bloodied, and his hands were bound with rope that glowed with the same sickly green as the runic bonds. When he saw the company approaching, his eyes widened with a complex mixture of hope, fear, and desperate warning. He tried to speak, but no sound emerged. Another aspect of his imprisonment, apparently. A silence spell to prevent him from calling for help or warning others. Gandalf moved quickly to the cage, examining the bindings without touching them. "Carefully crafted," he muttered. "The cultists may be morally bankrupt, but they're not incompetent. These bonds are designed to drain the victim's strength while simultaneously preventing any use of magic or special abilities. For an elf, especially a scout trained in forest craft, this would be particularly debilitating." "Can you break it?" Dorothy asked. "Yes, but it will take time. The bonds are interconnected. Break one wrong strand, and the whole thing collapses inward. potentially killing the victim. We'll need to unpick them carefully, methodically. Gandalf looked at Strider. How much time do we have? How far ahead are the cultists? Alfharin had continued his investigation and now returned, his body language conveying clear information to those who could read it. The wolf looked toward the forest beyond the camp, then back at Gandalf, then deliberately lay down, a gesture that suggested they had time, but not much. An hour, maybe less, Strider interpreted. The cultists stopped here recently, probably to decide what to do with their prisoners now that the summoned creature was becoming unstable. They ultimately chose to leave the sleeping victims in stasis and take only the elf with them. But something made them abandon even him. Panic, perhaps. Fear that the creature might turn on them sooner than expected. Then we have a choice to make, Gandalf said heavily. Do we take the time to free these prisoners properly, or do we leave them and continue our pursuit? If we stop, the cultists gain ground, possibly enough to reach the Tree of Oblivion before us. If we leave them, they remain trapped, and if we fail to stop the cultists, no one will ever return to free them. They'll die here, slowly, still locked in magical sleep. The ethical dilemma hung in the air, ugly and unavoidable. Dorothy looked at the sleeping victims, then at the caged elf whose eyes pleaded silently for rescue, then at the path ahead where their true enemies fled toward catastrophe. We can't leave them, she said finally. I won't. We're supposed to be the good people, the heroes of this story. Heroes don't abandon innocence to certain death just because it's convenient, even if that decision costs us the race, Strider challenged, though his tone suggested he agreed with her position. Even if it means the cultists reach the tree first? Even then, Dorothy said firmly, because if we sacrifice these people to save others, we become no better than the cultists themselves. We become people who see other humans as acceptable losses, as resources to be expended, and I won't be that person. Gandalf studied her for a long moment, then smiled, weary but genuine. Well said, and you're right, of course. We free them, all of them. Strider, you and half the Rangers work on the sleeping victims. Find those runes and deface them carefully. Don't break the spell all at once or the shock might kill them. Ease them out of stasis gradually. Dorothy, you'll need to be ready with healing magic for when they wake. They'll be weak, disoriented, possibly injured. What about the elf? Dorothy asked. I'll handle him personally. His bonds are more complex, more dangerous, but I think I can unpick them without causing harm. Gandalf turned to Alfharin. And you, my friend, I need you to stand watch. If the cultists realize we've stopped here, if they send something back to check on their prisoners, we need warning. The wolf barked once, acknowledgement and agreement, then moved to the camp's perimeter, taking up a position where he could observe all approaches while remaining concealed in shadows. The company split up and began their work. Strider led 3 rangers in carefully examining the runes carved into the trees, using their tracking skills to identify which symbols were foundational and which were supplementary. It was delicate work, like defusing a bomb. One wrong move could trigger a catastrophic cascade. Dorothy moved among the sleeping victims, checking pulses, assessing their condition. Most were in relatively stable condition considering their ordeal, though all showed signs of dehydration and exposure. The 2 children, siblings from their similar features, perhaps 8 and 10 years old, were in the worst shape, their small bodies less able to withstand the strain of magical stasis. Gandalf knelt beside the caged elf and began his work. His hands moved in complex patterns, weaving counterspells, unraveling the bindings one thread at a time. It was exhausting work. Dorothy could see the sweat beading on the wizard's forehead. See the way his hands trembled slightly from the strain of such precise magical manipulation. The elf watched with wide eyes, still unable to speak but clearly tracking every movement. He was young, Dorothy realized, not just by elf standards, but truly young. There was something unfinished about his features, a softness that spoke of relative inexperience with the world's cruelties. Until now. Almost there, Gandalf muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Just a few more threads. Hold still. Don't try to help. Any magical resistance from you right now could cause the whole thing to collapse. One of the rangers called out softly. We've identified the primary rune anchor. It's on that oak tree, the large one at the camp's northern edge. But there are secondary anchors too, at least 4 of them. We'll need to deface them simultaneously, or the spell just redistributes itself to the remaining anchors. Then coordinate, Strider said. On my mark, everyone strikes their assigned rune at the same moment. Dorothy, be ready. Dorothy positioned herself between the 2 children, her hands already glowing with soft golden light as she channeled healing energy. Whatever happened when the stasis broke, she wanted to be ready to stabilize them immediately. Strider counted down. 3, 2, 1, now! 4 blades struck 4 different runes simultaneously, scarring the bark, breaking the carved lines. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the sickly green glow intensified, pulsed once, and vanished. The sleeping victims gasped collectively, their bodies convulsing as the stasis released them. Dorothy immediately poured healing energy into the 2 children, stabilizing their vital signs, easing their transition back to full consciousness. Around the camp, other rangers were doing the same for the adult victims, offering water, speaking soothingly, helping them understand that they were safe now. Gandalf, with perfect timing, completed his work on the elf's bonds at the same moment. The glowing ropes fell away, and the silence spell shattered. The young elf collapsed forward, and Gandalf caught him, lowering him gently to the ground. Easy, the wizard said softly. You're safe now. The cultists are gone. We're here to help. The elf's first words were not thanks or relief, but warning. The children. Are the children alive? They took children. I tried to stop them. I fought, but there were too many. And they had magic. The children are alive, Dorothy called over, seeing the elf's desperate concern. Both of them. They're weak, but stable. They're going to be fine. The elf's face crumpled with relief so profound it was almost painful to witness. Thank the Valar, I thought. When they put me in that cage, when they left me behind, I was sure they'd taken the children with them, to feed to that thing, that terrible thing they summoned. You've seen it? Gandalf asked sharply. The summoned creature, describe it. The elf shuddered. I can't. Not really. It's not something that makes sense to describe. It's like trying to explain color to someone born blind. It's wrong, fundamentally wrong. It doesn't follow the rules of how things should be. When you look at it, your eyes don't want to focus. Your mind doesn't want to acknowledge what you're seeing. And the hunger, he broke off, wrapping his arms around himself. The hunger is the worst part. You can feel it even when you can't see the creature. It's always hungry, always wanting, and nothing satisfies it. Nothing ever will. How long have you been prisoner? Strider asked, offering the elf a water skin. 3 days, maybe 4. Time was hard to track in the stasis. The elf drank deeply, then continued. I'm Gilrayan, scout of the woodland realm. I was tracking unusual activity in these woods. Reports from travelers of strange sounds, disappeared animals, areas of corruption. I found the cultists 2 days into my search. Tried to observe them from concealment, but they had wards I didn't detect. They captured me, questioned me about whether I'd reported my findings to anyone, then decided to keep me as food for their pet monster. Alfharin suddenly released a low, warning growl. The wolf had gone rigid, his attention fixed on something beyond the camp's perimeter. Whatever he sensed, it wasn't an immediate threat. His body language didn't suggest attack was imminent, but it was something significant. Gandalf stood quickly, moving to join the wolf. The others followed, leaving 2 rangers to continue tending to the freed prisoners. "What is it?" Gandalf asked quietly. "What do you sense?" Alfharin's response was to point with his nose toward a particular direction, southwest, deeper into the forest. Then the wolf did something Dorothy hadn't seen him do before. He whined, not in fear, but in distress, as if whatever he sensed caused him actual emotional pain. "The creature is feeding again," Gandalf said, his voice heavy. "Somewhere in that direction, Alfharin can feel the forest dying, feel the life being drained from it, and he shares the forest's pain." As if in confirmation, the whispers of the woods intensified, no longer just background murmur but clear cries of anguish and rage. Death, corruption, the old oak falls. Tauriwin, the ancient, dies screaming, "Avenge! Stop this! Please!" Dorothy felt tears sting her eyes. The forest wasn't just land and trees. It was alive, aware, capable of suffering. And what the summoned creature was doing to it was torture on a massive scale. "How much further to the Tree of Oblivion?" Strider asked Gilrayan. "You're a scout. You know these woods. Can you guide us?" The young elf nodded, pushing himself unsteadily to his feet. "I can. It's perhaps 2 hours at a normal pace, less if we run, but—" He hesitated. "But I should warn you. The tree is protected, not just by the forest spirits but by its own defenses. Approaching it requires sacrifice, understanding, a willingness to face what you've forgotten, what you've tried to forget. Not everyone who seeks the tree succeeds in reaching it." "We've already been warned about tests," Gandalf said. "We'll face whatever comes, but right now we need to move. The cultists have too much of a lead already." "What about them?" Dorothy asked, gesturing to the freed prisoners. "We can't just leave them here. They're in no condition to defend themselves, and this forest is dangerous even for the healthy and well-armed." Strider had already considered this. "Gilrayan, can you lead them out, back to the forest's edge, to safety?" The young elf looked torn. "I can, but I want to help, want to fight. Those cultists imprisoned me, killed members of my patrol, desecrated sacred ground. I want to see them brought to justice." "And you will," Gandalf said gently, "by ensuring these innocents reach safety. That's not a lesser task. It's perhaps the most important one. If we fail to stop the cultists, someone needs to survive to warn others, to ensure that what happened here is remembered and learned from. You can be that witness, and these people need a protector right now more than we need another sword." Gilrayan's jaw tightened, but he nodded. The logic was sound, even if he didn't like it. "Very well. I'll get them to safety. But if you survive this, when you survive this, I want the full story. I want to know that those bastards got what they deserved. If we survive, I'll tell you everything," Gandalf promised. They spent a few more minutes organizing, giving the freed prisoners what supplies could be spared, making sure they were stable enough to travel, providing Gilrayan with clear directions to the nearest settlement. The 2 children were awake now, clinging to their mother, one of the adult prisoners, traumatized but alive. As the rescued group prepared to depart, the young boy, perhaps 8 years old, with wide dark eyes and tangled black hair, suddenly broke away from his mother and ran to Alfharin. Before anyone could react, he threw his arms around the wolf's massive neck, "Thank you," the boy whispered into the wolf's fur. "I was so scared, but you came. You saved us." Alfharin went very still, then, with remarkable gentleness for a creature his size, lowered his head and nuzzled the boy softly. It was a gesture of protection and reassurance, and Dorothy felt her throat tighten at the sight. The boy's mother came to retrieve him, apologizing profusely, but Gandalf waved away her concerns. "Don't apologize. Your son has good instincts. Alfharin is indeed a protector, and I think perhaps the wolf needed that reminder that there are still innocents worth protecting, still good people worth fighting for." The freed prisoners departed, Gilrayan leading them carefully back toward the forest's edge, and the company was left alone in the camp once more. "We've lost at least 30 minutes, Strider observed. "Maybe more. The cultists are that much closer to the tree." "Yes," Gandalf agreed, "but we did the right thing, and sometimes doing the right thing costs you. That's what separates heroes from villains. Heroes pay the price willingly." Dorothy looked around the camp one final time, at the defaced ruins that had held innocent people in magical slavery, at the cage that had imprisoned a young elf guilty only of trying to protect his forest, at the evidence of casual cruelty and calculated evil. "Let's go," she said, her voice hard with determination. "Let's finish this. Those cultists have hurt enough people, killed enough, corrupted enough. It ends today, one way or another." Alfharin barked agreement and launched into motion, and the company followed, leaving the camp behind. But as they ran, Dorothy couldn't shake the image of that young boy hugging the wolf, seeking comfort from a creature who was as much spirit as flesh. Couldn't forget the gratitude in his mother's eyes, the relief in Gilrayan's face when he learned the children had survived. They had made the right choice. She knew that, felt it in her bones. She only hoped that choice wouldn't cost them everything. The forest changed character again as they pressed deeper into its heart, following Alfharin's unerring guidance. The trees here were different. Older, yes, but also stranger. Their trunks twisted in ways that suggested slow growth under magical influence, their branches reaching toward each other to form interwoven canopies that blocked out almost all direct sunlight. The understory was sparse, oddly clean, as if something actively prevented excessive growth at ground level. And everywhere, increasingly, were signs of corruption. It started small, a patch of grass that had turned gray and brittle, a fallen log covered in fungi that pulsed with faint bioluminescence, a stream whose water ran slightly too thick, slightly too dark. But as they continued, the signs intensified. Whole sections of forest floor had turned black, as if scorched by invisible fire. Trees stood dead but still upright, their bark sloughing off to reveal wood beneath that oozed with dark tar-like sap. The smell was overwhelming, sweet and rotten simultaneously, with undertones of something chemical and wrong that made Dorothy's eyes water and her stomach heave. Even the rangers, hardened to the unpleasant realities of wilderness survival, looked queasy. Alfharin's distress was even more apparent. The wolf's hackles were permanently raised now, and he released a constant low whine of pain and anger. Whatever he sensed through his connection to the forest was clearly agonizing, like feeling infection spread through your own body, powerless to stop it. "The corruption is accelerating," Gandalf said, his voice tight with concern. "Not spreading geographically. It's not moving outward like a disease. It's intensifying in specific locations. The creature is creating focal points of maximum corruption, concentrated zones where the boundary between life and death, between natural and unnatural, breaks down completely." "Why?" Strider asked. "What purpose does that serve?" "I'm not certain, but I can guess. It's preparing the ground, creating conditions where it can exist more comfortably, where the rules of this world bend closer to whatever nightmare realm it was summoned from. If enough of these focal points are established, they might link together, create a network, transform this entire forest into something else. Dorothy felt a chill run down her spine. You're saying it's trying to terraform the forest? Make it into a habitat suitable for itself? In essence, yes. And if it succeeds here, if it establishes a stable foothold, there's no reason it couldn't spread beyond the forest. Eventually, it could corrupt entire regions, maybe entire kingdoms. This isn't just about stopping cultists anymore. We're preventing an ecological apocalypse. They crested a small rise and stopped abruptly, confronted by the sight of what lay in the hollow below. It had once been a beautiful place. Dorothy could tell that immediately, even through the corruption. A natural amphitheater formed by gentle slopes, centered on a clear spring that bubbled up from ancient bedrock, the kind of place that would have been sacred to the forest spirits, a gathering place for creatures seeking water and peace. Now it was a charnel house. The spring still flowed, but its water had turned gray and viscous, more like oil than H2O. The grass surrounding it had died, replaced by a carpet of strange fungi, mushrooms that grew in spiral patterns, their caps pulsing with that same sickly green phosphorescence they'd seen in the runic bonds. The air above the hollow shimmered with heat despite the cool forest temperature, creating distortions that made it difficult to see clearly. And everywhere, scattered throughout the hollow like discarded toys, were bodies. Not human bodies, animal bodies, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, deer, rabbits, foxes, badgers, birds of every description. Even a bear, massive and old, lying on its side with its chest ripped open, all dead, all showing signs of having died badly, faces frozen in terror, bodies contorted, some partially dissolved as if exposed to acid. It fed here, Gandalf said, his voice barely above a whisper. Recently, perhaps within the last few hours, the corruption is still fresh, still spreading. Alfharin released a howl, long, mournful, filled with grief and rage that transcended species. It was the cry of a guardian who had failed to protect what was entrusted to him, the anguish of one who shared the forest's pain as if it were physical injury to his own body. Dorothy found herself crying without quite knowing when the tears had started. This wasn't just death. That was natural, part of the cycle. This was violation, desecration, the complete corruption of a sacred place, transforming beauty into nightmare. Why? She asked, her voice breaking. Why kill so many? How much energy could the creature possibly need? It's not about need, Gandalf replied. It's about want, about hunger that can never be satisfied. The creature doesn't feed because it needs energy. It feeds because feeding is its nature. It consumes because that's the only thing it knows how to do. And each consumption makes it stronger. Yes, but also hungrier. It's a cycle that can only end in one of two ways. Either the creature consumes everything or it's destroyed. Strider had moved to the hollow's edge and was studying the ground with a tracker's eye. The cultists were here. See the boot prints? They stood right at the perimeter, watching as their creature fed. And look, here's where they performed another ritual. More blood magic, more sacrifice. They're trying to control it, or at least direct it, but I don't think it's working. The prints suggest panic, hasty retreat. They're not leading the creature anymore. They're just trying to stay ahead of it. How far ahead? Gandalf asked. Not far. An hour at most, maybe less. They're exhausted, making mistakes. We're gaining on them. But so is their creature, Dorothy pointed out. If they can't control it, if it's turned on them, we might arrive just in time to watch it kill them. That would solve one problem, Marcus said darkly. But create another, Gandalf countered. If the cultists die before we can question them, we lose our best source of information about what they were trying to accomplish. We need at least one of them alive. And more importantly, he gestured to the corrupted hollow. If they die, the creature loses its connection to this world. The summoning was tied to their will, their blood. If they all die, the binding breaks, and the creature becomes fully autonomous. Right now, it's still tethered to them, which limits its range and power. Cut that tether, and it becomes exponentially more dangerous. So we need to stop the cultists from dying, Dorothy said slowly. Even though we're trying to stop them from completing their ritual, we need to keep them alive long enough to either reverse the summoning or use their connection to destroy the creature, then capture or kill them afterward. That's complicated. Welcome to the moral ambiguity of real heroism, Gandalf said with a tired smile. It's never as simple as good versus evil. It's usually good versus evil versus unintended consequences versus necessary evils versus the least bad option available. Alfharin had descended into the hollow while the humans talked, moving carefully through the field of dead animals. The wolf stopped beside the fallen bear, a massive creature that must have been ancient, a king of its kind. Alfharin lowered his head and released a soft whine, a gesture of respect and sorrow for a fallen fellow guardian of the forest. Then the wolf began to dig. "What is he doing?" Dorothy asked. Gandalf watched for a moment, then understanding crossed his face. "Preparing a burial, or at least the beginning of one. It's a symbolic gesture, acknowledging that these creatures deserve better than to rot in this corrupted place. It's his way of promising that their deaths will be avenged, their suffering answered." The company descended into the hollow to help. It was grim work, gathering the bodies of animals large and small, arranging them respectfully, covering them with whatever clean earth and leaves could be found outside the corruption zone. They couldn't give all the dead a proper burial. There were simply too many, and they didn't have the time. But they could at least acknowledge their passing. As Dorothy helped move a small fox, its russet fur still beautiful despite the manner of its death, she noticed something that made her pause. "Gandalf," she called, "look at this." The wizard came over and examined what Dorothy had found. The fox's body showed the same signs of terror and violence as the others, but there was something additional, a mark on its flank, burned into the fur, a symbol, a rune, identical to the ones the cultists had been using. "They marked it," Dorothy said, horror dawning. "Before they let the creature feed, they marked specific animals like tagging inventory." Gandalf's jaw tightened. "Not just tagging, claiming. These runes establish ownership, mark these creatures as sacrifices specifically designated for the summoned entity. It's a way of controlling the feeding, directing the creature toward acceptable targets and away from the cultists themselves." "But it's not working anymore," Strider observed, having found similar marks on several other bodies. "Look, these marks are incomplete, hastily made, and some of the animals don't have marks at all. The cultists are losing control. They can't mark victims fast enough, can't perform the rituals carefully enough, and the creature is starting to feed indiscriminately." A sound echoed through the forest, distant but unmistakable. A scream. Human. Male. Cut off abruptly. Alfharin's head snapped up, his entire body going rigid. The wolf released a sharp bark, urgent, commanding. "One of the cultists," Gandalf said, already moving toward the hollow's far edge. "The creature has turned on them. We need to move now." They ran, abandoning any attempt at stealth or caution. Speed was everything now. speed, and the desperate hope that they could reach the cultists before the creature killed them all, before their deaths severed the binding and transformed a contained threat into an apocalyptic one. The forest blurred around them. Alfharin led the way, his supernatural endurance allowing him to maintain a pace that left even the rangers struggling. Dorothy's lungs burned, her legs screamed protest, but she pushed through the pain. Behind her she could hear Marcus gasping for breath, hear Strider's muttered curses as branches whipped at his face. Another scream, closer this time, and longer. Whoever was dying, they were dying badly. They burst through a wall of undergrowth into a small clearing and found chaos. 3 cultists, the last survivors of the group that had fled Alfharin, stood with their backs to an ancient oak tree, weapons drawn but clearly terrified. Their robes were torn and blood-stained, their faces haggard with exhaustion and fear. 2 were middle-aged men, bearded and hard-faced. The third was a woman, younger, with wild eyes and hands that shook as she tried to maintain some kind of defensive spell. And circling them, moving with terrible purpose, was the summoned creature. Dorothy's mind rebelled at what she was seeing, just as Gilrayan had described. The creature didn't make sense. It had mass and form, but both seemed to fluctuate, shifting between states that her eyes couldn't quite track. Sometimes it appeared vaguely humanoid, 8 feet tall with too many limbs. Sometimes it was more amorphous, a writhing mass of shadow and hunger. Its surface, if it could be called a surface, was neither solid nor liquid nor gas, but something else entirely, something that light fell into and never quite emerged from. The only constant was the hunger. Dorothy could feel it from 20 feet away, a psychic pressure that clawed at her mind, promised that submission would be easier than resistance, whispered that being consumed would actually be a relief. The cultists were clearly at the end of their strength. The woman was trying to maintain a barrier spell, but it was failing. Dorothy could see cracks forming in the magical shield, see the creature's attention focusing on those weaknesses. One of the men was injured, clutching his side where blood seeped through his fingers. The other man was chanting desperately, trying to reassert control through the original summoning ritual. But the words seemed to have no effect. "Now what?" Strider whispered, having taken cover behind a fallen log. "Do we help them? Let the creature kill them? Try to destroy both?" Gandalf's face was set in grim determination. "We save them. Not because they deserve it. They don't. But because we need them alive. Alfharin, when I give the signal, I need you to draw the creature's attention. Be fast, be clever, and for the love of all that's good, don't let it catch you." The wolf barked once, acknowledgement and acceptance. His muscles tensed, preparing to sprint. Everyone else prepare for combat. Ranged weapons first, hit it from multiple angles, confuse it, make it divide its attention. Dorothy, when the cultist's barrier falls, get a protective spell up. I know there are enemies, but we need them alive and conscious. Can you do that? Dorothy wanted to protest, wanted to say that protecting people who had killed innocents and desecrated sacred ground went against everything she believed. But she knew Gandalf was right. This was bigger than justice or revenge. This was about preventing catastrophe. "I can do it," she said. "Then on 3. 1, 2, 3. Alfharin exploded into motion, racing across the clearing at full speed and releasing a howl that echoed through the forest. Challenge and defiance and absolute fearlessness. The creature's attention snapped toward the wolf immediately, its form shifting to something more predatory, more focused. Arrows flew from multiple directions as the rangers opened fire. Most passed harmlessly through the creature's amorphous form, but a few struck something solid, or solid enough, causing the entity to recoil slightly. Gandalf raised his staff and shouted a word of power. White fire erupted, not aimed at the creature directly, but at the ground around it, creating a ring of purifying flame that the entity clearly found uncomfortable. It pulled back from the fire, putting distance between itself and the light. And in that moment of distraction, the cultist's barrier finally collapsed. Dorothy was ready. She thrust her hands forward and wove a protective dome around the three cultists, not strong enough to hold off the creature indefinitely, but enough to buy precious seconds. The cultists stared at her in confusion and suspicion, clearly not understanding why their enemies were saving them. "Stay inside the barrier," Dorothy commanded. "We're not here to save you, we're here to stop that thing. But we can't do that if you're all dead. So shut up, stay put, and try not to die for the next few minutes." The creature had turned its full attention to Alfharin now. The wolf danced at the edge of its reach, darting in to snap at what might have been limbs, then retreating before the creature could retaliate. It was working. The entity was focused entirely on the wolf, seeing him as the primary threat. But that also meant Alfharin was in terrible danger. If the creature caught him, even for a moment, the wolf would likely be consumed just like those animals in the hollow. "We need to hurt it," Strider said, firing another arrow that passed through the creature's center mass without apparent effect. "Really hurt it. Force it to retreat or disperse or whatever the hell it does when it's damaged. But I don't know how. Conventional weapons aren't working." "Magic isn't working either," Gandalf said, frustration clear in his voice. His staff fire was keeping the creature at bay but not causing real damage. "It's not truly here. Not completely. It's partially phased into our reality from wherever it originated. Attacking it is like trying to punch a reflection. You can disrupt the image, but you can't actually harm what's causing it." "Then how do we stop it?" Marcus demanded. "We don't," Gandalf replied. "Not directly. We have to force it back to wherever it came from, close the door it used to enter our world, which means we need the cultists to reverse the summoning," Dorothy finished. She turned to the three figures cowering within her protective barrier. "You, all of you, how do we send this thing back? What's the counter-ritual?" The injured man laughed, a sound edged with hysteria. "Counter-ritual? There is no counter-ritual. The summoning was one way. We brought it here, gave it physical form, anchored it to this world. There's no way to undo that. The only way it goes back is if it dies here, or if we do." "Then die," Strider said coldly, drawing a dagger. "No!" Gandalf's command cracked like a whip. "If they die, the anchoring breaks. The creature becomes fully autonomous, fully present in our reality. Right now, it's still partially bound to them, which limits what it can do. Kill them, and we make it unstoppable." The woman cultist was staring at the creature with an expression of dawning horror. "This wasn't what they promised," she whispered. "The priestess said we would control it, that it would serve us, help us break the seal and free the prisoner. But it doesn't serve anyone. It just consumes everything, forever." "You're only just realizing this?" Dorothy asked incredulously. "We were told—" The woman broke off, shaking her head. "It doesn't matter what we were told. We were lied to, used. And now we're all going to die because we believed the wrong people." Alfharin yelped, a sound of pain that made Dorothy's heart clench. The wolf had been a fraction too slow, and one of the creature's appendages had grazed him. Where it touched, the wolf's silver-gray fur had turned black, necrotic. Alfharin stumbled, favoring his injured flank. "Gandalf!" Dorothy cried. "Alfharin's hurt!" The wizard's face went pale. He raised his staff and released a blast of concentrated magical force, not aimed at the creature but at the ground beneath it. Stone and earth erupted upward, momentarily disrupting the entity's form. buying Alfharin seconds to retreat. The wolf limped toward the company, his breathing labored. The corruption was spreading from where he'd been touched, black tendrils crawling across his fur like living infection. "I can heal him," Dorothy said, "but I'll have to drop the barrier around the cultists." "Do it," Gandalf commanded. Dorothy released the protective dome and immediately focused her healing magic on Alfharin. The wolf's wound resisted her power. Whatever the creature's touch had done, it wasn't a normal injury. It was corruption, active and aggressive, fighting against her attempts to purify it. But Dorothy was stronger. She poured more power into the healing, drawing on reserves she didn't know she had, and gradually the corruption began to recede. The blackened fur turned gray again, then silver. The wound closed. Alfharin's breathing eased. Behind them, the unprotected cultists screamed. The creature had sensed the barrier's absence and moved with terrifying speed. Its form solidified enough to seize the injured man, lifting him off the ground. The cultist's screams intensified as the creature began to feed, drawing the life force directly from his body. He aged decades in seconds, skin wrinkling, hair turning white, body withering as vitality was consumed. Then he was gone. Not dead, gone, erased, as if he had never existed. Even his clothing fell to the ground empty, undisturbed. The remaining 2 cultists broke and ran. "Stop them!" Gandalf shouted, but it was too late. The woman made it perhaps 10 feet before the creature was upon her. Her death was quicker than her companions. One touch, one moment of contact, and she simply wasn't anymore. The last cultist, the bearded man who had been trying to reassert control, fell to his knees, hands raised in surrender. "Please," he begged, "please, I'll tell you everything, how to stop it, how?" The creature took him, and with his death, Dorothy felt something change, a tension in the air, a pressure that had been constant, suddenly released. The binding was broken, the anchor was gone. The summoned creature was free. It turned toward the company, and for the first time, Dorothy could see what might have been eyes forming in its amorphous mass. They were filled with nothing but hunger, ancient, eternal, insatiable, and they were focused entirely on her and her companions. "Run," Gandalf said quietly, then louder, with all the authority of centuries. "Run!" They ran, crashing through the forest with the creature pursuing behind them, no longer limited by proximity to its summoners, no longer bound by the careful rituals that had given it form. It was fully awake now, fully present, fully hungry, and there was nothing between it and everything it wanted to consume but a handful of exhausted heroes and one injured wolf. The race to the Tree of Oblivion had become a race for survival itself. They ran through the forest with the desperate energy of prey fleeing a predator, but this was no ordinary hunt. Behind them, the creature didn't pursue with the simple directness of a wolf chasing deer. It moved through the forest in ways that defied natural law, sometimes visible as a dark mass sliding between trees, sometimes manifesting ahead of them as if it had teleported, sometimes seeming to move through multiple locations simultaneously. Alfharin, despite his injury and Dorothy's healing, was flagging. The wolf's supernatural endurance had limits, and the corruption from the creature's touch had taken more from him than simple physical damage. His gait was uneven, his breathing labored, and Dorothy could sense through their bond that he was drawing on reserves that should never be tapped except in the most desperate circumstances. This qualified. "We can't outrun it," Strider gasped, his ranger's pragmatism cutting through the panic. "It's faster than us, it doesn't tire, and it's hunting us actively now. We need to make a stand or find shelter." "The tree," Gandalf said, his voice strained but determined. "The Tree of Oblivion is close. I can feel it. The ancient magic there might provide protection. might give us options we don't have out here in the open forest. How close? Marcus demanded, ducking under a low branch that Alfharin had instinctively avoided. Close enough, Gandalf replied. Alfharin, can you sense it? The tree? Can you guide us? The wolf's response was immediate. Despite his exhaustion, Alpharin's ears perked up and his pace increased slightly. He had detected something, whether through magical sense or simple proximity, Dorothy couldn't tell, and was steering their desperate flight toward it. The forest changed around them with startling abruptness. One moment they were running through relatively normal woodland, ancient trees, yes, but still recognizable as natural growth. The next moment they had crossed some invisible threshold and found themselves in a place that existed only partly in the physical world. The trees here were impossibly old, not ancient, but primordial, as if they had been standing since before time itself learned to flow in a single direction. Their trunks were so massive that the entire company could have sheltered within the hollow of a single tree. Their roots rose above ground in great arching buttresses that formed natural corridors and chambers, and their branches overhead wove together so perfectly, so intentionally, that they created a living cathedral whose vaulted ceiling disappeared into shadows that seemed deeper than mere absence of light. And the whispers, the ever-present whispers that had accompanied them throughout the Whispering Woods, suddenly resolved into something approaching coherent speech. Not words in any conventional sense, but meaning that bypassed language entirely and spoke directly to the mind. Welcome, seekers. Welcome, pursued. Welcome to the heart of memory, the root of forgetting, the place where all things lost come to rest. The tree, Dorothy breathed, and even through her exhaustion and fear, she felt awe. We're at the Tree of Oblivion. They emerged from between the root buttresses into a circular clearing perhaps 100 feet across, and at its center, rising with such majesty that it seemed to dwarf even the primordial giants around it, stood the Tree of Oblivion. It was beyond description, not because it was strange or alien, but because it was too much, too present, too real. Looking at it directly made Dorothy's eyes water, and her mind struggled to process what she was seeing. The tree existed in too many states simultaneously, alive and dead, young and ancient, single entity and vast forest. Its trunk was simultaneously solid oak and flowing water and crystallized time. Its branches reached toward the sky but also seemed to extend into dimensions that human perception couldn't quite grasp. And carved into its trunk, or perhaps grown into it, or perhaps simply part of it, were faces. Thousands of them. Millions. Every person who had ever died within the bounds of the Whispering Woods. Their final moments and memories absorbed and preserved by the tree, kept safe from oblivion, but also held prisoner, unable to move forward into whatever came after death. By all the valor, Strider whispered, his usual composure shattered by the sight. I've heard tales, but the reality is, beyond words, Gandalf finished. Yes, the Tree of Oblivion is one of the oldest living things in Middle-earth. It has stood here since the First Age, perhaps before, and it serves a purpose that transcends simple existence. It is the keeper of lost memories, the guardian of what would otherwise be forgotten forever. A sound behind them, wet, slithering, wrong, announced the creature's arrival. It had followed them through the threshold, had entered the domain of the tree itself, but its presence here was clearly uncomfortable. The entity's form flickered and wavered, as if the concentration of ancient magic in this place made it difficult for it to maintain physical manifestation. Abomination. The tree's voice spoke directly into their minds. Thing that should not be. You have no place here. You have no memories to give, no history to preserve. You are emptiness wearing the shape of hunger. Leave this sacred ground." The creature's response was to surge forward, its form solidifying through apparent effort, reaching toward Gandalf with appendages that dripped corruption. And suddenly, without warning, everything stopped. Not physically. Dorothy could still move, still breathe, but time itself seemed to have become negotiable. The creature hung frozen mid-lunge. Gandalf's staff, raised to defend, held perfectly still mid-gesture. Even Alfharin, caught mid-stride, was motionless. Everyone was frozen except Dorothy herself. No, not quite everyone. As she turned, she saw that one other person was still mobile. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing, watching with ancient, sorrowful eyes. It was an old woman, or appeared to be. She wore robes of green and brown that seemed woven from living moss and bark. Her face was lined with age beyond counting, but her eyes were clear and sharp as broken glass. In her hands, she held a staff made from a branch of the tree itself, still bearing living leaves. "You are the healer," the woman said, her voice carrying layers of meaning that Dorothy's mind struggled to unpack. "The one who tends the wounded wolf spirit, the one who carries grief for all who suffer. You are Dorothy, and you have come to the tree bearing questions that you do not yet know how to ask." Dorothy tried to speak, found her throat dry, and forced words out anyway. "Who are you? What's happening? Why is everything frozen?" "I am no one," the old woman replied. "Or perhaps I am everyone who ever died here and left their memories to the tree's keeping. I am the Warden, the voice, the guardian of memory's edge, and nothing is frozen. You have simply been brought into a space between moments where the tree can speak to you without the intrusion of immediate crisis." "The creature will wait," the Warden interrupted. "It has no choice. Here, in the domain of the tree, I set the terms of reality, but I cannot hold this state indefinitely, so listen carefully. You seek to reach the tree's heart, to access the seal that was placed here in ages past, but the way is barred to all who have not proven themselves worthy. You must face the trial of memory, confront what you have forgotten, what you have tried to forget, what you wish you could forget. Only those who can look upon their own past without flinching, without denial, without self-deception, may approach the seal." Dorothy felt ice form in her stomach. "What kind of trial? What will we have to face?" "Each person will face something different. The trial is individual, personal, drawn from your own history, your own choices, your own regrets." The Warden's eyes seemed to look through Dorothy, seeing layers of her that she herself had never examined. "You carry great pain, healer, loss that shaped you, failure that defined you. Can you face those memories again? Can you accept them as part of who you are without being destroyed by them?" I don't know," Dorothy admitted. "But I have to try. We all do. If we don't reach the seal, if we don't stop this, the creature will consume everything. The forest, the lands beyond, eventually the entire world. We don't have a choice." "There is always a choice," the Warden said gently. "You could flee, you could abandon this quest, you could save yourselves and leave the larger problem for others to solve or fail to solve. That is the eternal choice of heroes, to prioritize personal survival or collective good. Many choose survival. We do not judge them for it. But you do judge those who claim to be heroes and then choose survival," Dorothy said quietly. The Warden smiled, an expression of such complex sadness and pride that it made Dorothy's heart ache. "Yes, we judge them most harshly of all, because claiming the mantle of hero carries responsibilities, and those who wear that mantle falsely cause harm beyond their own failures. They teach others that heroism is a lie, that nobility is impossible, that the only rational choice is selfishness. They poison the very concept of virtue. Dorothy looked at her frozen companions, at Gandalf, staff raised in eternal defense, at Strider, bow drawn, at Alfharin, mid-leap despite his injuries, at all of them, caught in this moment of desperate courage, choosing to fight rather than flee, even though flight would be so much easier. "We'll take the trial," she said firmly. "All of us. Whatever it shows us, whatever it makes us face, we'll endure it, because the alternative is abandoning everything we claim to stand for." The warden studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "So be it. When time resumes, each of you will be drawn into your own trial. You will be alone, no companions to support you, no allies to share the burden, just you and your memories, in a space where truth cannot be avoided or denied. If you fail, if the pain breaks you, if the guilt overwhelms you, if you choose denial over acceptance, you will be lost. Not dead, but forgotten. The tree will absorb your memories, and you will cease to exist in any meaningful sense. You will become just another face in the bark, another whisper in the wind, remembered by none and remembering nothing. And if we succeed, if you succeed, you will emerge changed. The trial burns away self-deception, forces confrontation with who you truly are beneath all the stories you tell yourself. Some people find this liberating, others find it unbearable, even if they technically pass the trial. But those who can face themselves honestly, truly honestly, and still choose to move forward, they gain access to the tree's heart and to the seal that lies protected there. Dorothy took a deep breath. "Then let's begin." The warden raised her staff, and reality rippled. Time began to flow again, but differently now, along new channels, new possibilities. The creature resumed its lunge, but slower, as if moving through water. Gandalf's defensive spell completed, but the light from his staff was muted, distant. And from the tree itself, from every face carved into its ancient bark, came a sound, a tone, a note, a vibration that resonated in bone and blood and soul. It was the sound of memory itself, of history given voice, of all the accumulated experiences of the dead speaking in chorus. Dorothy felt the sound wash over her, through her, into her, felt it seeking out specific moments in her past, specific memories she had locked away and tried to forget, felt it finding them, dragging them into the light, forcing her to look at what she had spent years trying not to see. The world dissolved around her, the forest, the tree, her companions. All of it faded like morning mist, replaced by something else, somewhere else, someone else. She was no longer in the whispering woods. She was in a small room, poorly lit, smelling of sickness and approaching death. She was young, 16, maybe 17, kneeling beside a bed where an old woman lay dying, her grandmother. "No," Dorothy whispered, even as part of her recognized that protest was useless. "Not this. Please, not this memory." But the trial of memory had no mercy. It would show her what she needed to see, make her feel what she needed to feel, and she would either accept it and grow or deny it and be lost forever. The memory continued, inevitable as sunrise, terrible as truth, her grandmother's hand in hers, cold and fragile as paper. The old woman's eyes, once so bright, now dim and distant. Her breathing, shallow and irregular, each breath a struggle. "Dorothy," her grandmother whispered, "please, it hurts. Make it stop hurting." And young Dorothy, not yet trained in healing magic, not yet understanding the limits of what medicine could do, had hesitated. She had healing herbs, painkillers her mother had given her. She could ease the pain, make the dying more comfortable. But her grandmother wasn't asking for ease. She was asking for an end. "I can't," young Dorothy had said, tears streaming down her face. "Grandmother, I can't. It's wrong. It's forbidden. If I help you die, I'll be a murderer. I can't." "Please," her grandmother had begged. "I'm ready. I'm so tired. Let me go. Help me go." But Dorothy hadn't. She had refused, had given her grandmother the painkillers that dulled the agony but didn't end it, had sat beside the bed for 3 more days as the old woman lingered, suffering, too weak to die but too injured to live. 3 days of unnecessary pain, 3 days of degradation and fear, 3 days that could have been avoided if Dorothy had just been brave enough to make the hard choice. When her grandmother had finally died, naturally her body simply giving up at last, Dorothy had felt relief mixed with guilt so profound it had shaped every decision she'd made since. She had dedicated herself to healing, to easing suffering, but always with the shadow of that failure hanging over her. The knowledge that when it had truly mattered, when someone she loved had needed her to be brave, she had chosen the comfort of societal rules over the mercy of true compassion. The memory released her, and Dorothy found herself kneeling on cold stone, weeping. Not the warm earth of the forest floor, but smooth ancient stone that seemed to drink in her tears. A voice, not the Warden's, but similar, spoke from everywhere and nowhere. "You failed her. You chose your own comfort over her need. You let her suffer because you were afraid of judgment." "Yes," Dorothy said, the word torn from her. "Yes, I failed. I was a coward. I was selfish. I prioritized my own moral cleanliness over her pain, and she died badly because of it." "And do you deny this? Do you make excuses?" Dorothy wanted to. Oh, how she wanted to explain that she had been young, frightened, uncertain, that she hadn't understood what her grandmother was truly asking, that the laws against assisted death were clear and the consequences severe. But those were excuses, true perhaps, but still excuses. "No," she said instead. "I don't deny it. I failed. I made the wrong choice, and I've carried that guilt ever since, and I'll carry it until I die. But," she paused, something shifting in her understanding, "but it also taught me, made me understand that sometimes the rules are wrong, that sometimes true compassion requires breaking laws, defying conventions, choosing mercy over propriety. Every person I've healed since then, I've done it with her memory in mind. Every time I've bent or broken rules to help someone, I've done it remembering what happens when you follow rules instead of your conscience. You failed her, but you learned from that failure." "Yes," Dorothy said, her tears slowing. "I failed her, but I haven't failed everyone since. Her death, her suffering, it made me better, not good enough, never good enough to erase what I did to her, but better than I was." The stone beneath her warmed. Light bloomed around her, not harsh or judging, but gentle, accepting. "You have passed," the voice said. "You have looked upon your failure without flinching, without denial. You have accepted it as part of who you are while refusing to let it define all of who you are. You may proceed." The strange stone chamber dissolved, and Dorothy found herself back in the clearing before the Tree of Oblivion. But she was alone. Her companions were nowhere to be seen. No, not alone. Alfharin stood before her, the wolf's luminous eyes fixed on her face, and in those eyes Dorothy saw understanding, shared pain. The wolf, too, had faced his trial, had looked upon some memory of failure or loss, and had emerged intact. "Did you pass?" Dorothy asked, reaching out to touch the wolf's massive head. Alfharin pressed against her hand and released a soft whine that conveyed complex meaning. "Yes, it was hard. It hurt, but I survived. We both survived." Where are the others? Dorothy wondered aloud. As if in answer, space rippled, and Strider appeared, stumbling slightly, his face wet with tears, but his expression determined. He had passed his trial. Then Marcus emerged, looking shaken but whole. Then Ilara, moving with the careful control of someone who had just endured something terrible, but was refusing to show weakness. One by one, the rangers who had accompanied them reappeared, each bearing the marks of their trial, emotional rather than physical, but no less real for that. Finally, Gandalf materialized, leaning heavily on his staff. The wizard looked older, more exhausted than Dorothy had ever seen him. Whatever he had been forced to confront, whatever memories the tree had pulled from him, they had cost him dearly. "Did everyone make it?" he asked, his voice rough. A quick count confirmed. Everyone who had entered the trial had emerged, shaken, scarred, but alive and aware. "Then we can proceed," Gandalf said. "The way to the seal is open to us." As if his words were a command, the tree itself responded. The faces carved into its bark shifted, rearranged themselves, and an opening appeared in the massive trunk, a doorway that led into darkness lit by a faint, ethereal glow. "The heart of the tree," Dorothy breathed. "The seal is in there." "Yes," Gandalf confirmed. "And so probably are the surviving cultists. They would have had to pass the trial too, or find some way to circumvent it. Either way, they're likely already inside working to break the seal." "What about the creature?" Strider asked, looking around the clearing. The summoned entity was nowhere visible. "Where did it go?" Alfharin growled. Low, warning. The wolf was staring at the opening in the tree's trunk, his hackles raised. "Inside," Gandalf said grimly. "It followed the cultists through, which means we'll be facing both threats simultaneously, the cultists trying to break the seal and the creature trying to consume everything in its path, possibly including the tree itself." "Can it?" Dorothy asked, horrified at the thought. "Can it actually consume the Tree of Oblivion?" "I don't know," Gandalf admitted. "The tree is ancient and powerful, saturated with magic beyond anything in the current age. But the creature is a thing from outside reality itself, operating by rules that don't apply in our world. If anything could damage or destroy the tree, it would be that abomination." They stood in silence for a moment, each person processing what lay ahead. They had passed the trial of memory, had proven themselves worthy to approach the seal. But that was only the beginning. The real test, the final confrontation, still waited inside the tree's heart. "Well," Marcus said, breaking the tension with forced lightness, "we've come this far. Might as well finish it." "Indeed," Gandalf agreed. He looked at each of them in turn. "I won't lie to you. What lies ahead will be dangerous beyond anything we've yet faced. The seal was created to contain something terrible, and if the cultists succeed in breaking it, we'll have two catastrophic threats to deal with instead of one. Some of us may not survive. Probably some of us won't survive. If anyone wants to turn back, to wait here while the rest of us proceed, I won't judge them for it. You've all already proven your courage." No one moved. No one spoke. They simply stood, weapons ready, determination written on every face. Alfharin stepped forward and looked back at the company, his body language clear. "Follow me. I'll lead." "Then let's end this," Gandalf said. "For the forest, for the innocents who died, for all those who can't fight for themselves, let's finish what we came here to do." They entered the tree's heart in single file, Alfharin leading, weapons drawn, every sense alert. Behind them, the opening in the trunk remained, a doorway back to the world of light and life and normalcy. Ahead, only darkness waited, and in that darkness, hungry things stirred, The interior of the Tree of Oblivion defied all normal spatial logic. From outside, the trunk had appeared massive but still finite, perhaps 30 feet in diameter. But inside, the space opened into something vast, impossible, a cathedral carved from living wood that should not have been able to exist within the tree's physical constraints. The walls curved upward and inward, forming a dome perhaps 100 feet high. But they weren't solid. They were more like a three-dimensional tapestry, woven from wood and light and memory. Images flickered across the surface, scenes from the past, moments of joy and sorrow, births and deaths, the accumulated memories of everyone who had ever died within the Whispering Woods, preserved and displayed in this sacred space. The floor beneath their feet was smooth wood, warm to the touch, pulsing with gentle life. And at the center of this impossible chamber, rising from the floor like a pillar of crystallized time, was the seal. It was beautiful and terrible simultaneously, a column of pure white stone carved with runes that hurt to look at directly. The runes were old, older than language itself. They glowed with soft golden light, and from them radiated a sense of absolute containment, of barriers so strong that nothing could break through them. Except someone was trying. 3 figures stood at the seal's base, their hands pressed against the stone, chanting in a language that made Dorothy's teeth ache. They wore the tattered remains of cultist robes, but these were different people, older, more composed, radiating an aura of magical power that the previous cultists had lacked. "The second cell," Gandalf breathed. Stella mentioned that the cult had multiple groups. These must be the senior members, the ones with real power and knowledge. As if sensing the company's arrival, one of the cultists turned. She was a woman of perhaps 50, with gray-streaked dark hair and eyes that burned with fanatical intensity. Her face was marked with ritual scars, and her hands, pressed against the seal, were bleeding freely, the blood flowing into carved channels in the stone. "You're too late," she said, her voice carrying surprising calm. "The ritual is nearly complete. The seal has held for 3 ages, but all things end. Today, it ends." "Step away from the seal," Gandalf commanded, his staff blazing. "What you're attempting is madness. You don't understand what you're trying to free." "Don't we?" The woman smiled, a terrible expression devoid of warmth. "We know exactly what lies imprisoned here. Thuringwol the Unseen, the Void Walker, the hunger that consumes. He was sealed away because they feared his power, but power should not be feared. It should be claimed, wielded, used to reshape the world." "Oh, he wasn't sealed because they feared his power," Elrond said, stepping forward. "He was sealed because he couldn't be killed. Every attempt to destroy him failed. He consumed the magic used against him, grew stronger. The only option left was imprisonment. And even that required sacrifice beyond imagining. 11 of the greatest mages of that age gave their lives to create this seal. Are you truly arrogant enough to believe you can undo their work? We don't need to undo it." One of the other cultists, a young man with a shaved head and ritual tattoos, said. "We just need to crack it. The prisoner will do the rest from his side." As if in confirmation, the seal pulsed. The golden light flickered, dimmed, and from within the stone came a sound, not words, but meaning. Yes, so close. Freedom. Hunger. At last. Alfharin released a howl of pure warning. The wolf's supernatural senses screamed alarm, detecting something the humans couldn't yet perceive. Whatever was imprisoned within the seal was waking, responding to the ritual, pressing against its bonds with terrible purpose. "We need to stop them now," Strider said, raising his bow. before they complete whatever they're doing. But before anyone could act, movement in the shadows announced another presence. The summoned creature emerged from the darkness, its form more solid here, more real, as if the concentration of magical energy gave it greater ability to manifest. And it was not alone. Behind it, or perhaps within it, was another figure. A young woman, her face haggard, her robes torn and blood-stained. It took Dorothy a moment to recognize her. Stella, the cultist they had helped at Alfharin, who had sacrificed herself to save them. Except she wasn't dead. She was here. And she was wrong. Her eyes were empty, not dead but absent, as if Stella the person was no longer present in the body. She moved with jerky, puppet-like motions, and when she spoke, her voice was layered with harmonics. Surprised? You should be. Did you really think sacrifice was so simple, that I could just burn away and vanish to some peaceful afterlife? Death is never that clean. What I was, what I knew, was too valuable to waste. So the creature caught me as I burned, absorbed what I was becoming, preserved my knowledge within itself. Now I serve a greater purpose. Now I am part of the hunger that will consume everything. That's not possible, Dorothy said, horror crawling up her spine. You were gone. We saw you disappear. I was transformed, the Stella thing corrected. Transmuted, made into something more useful, and now we have come to ensure the ritual's completion. The prisoner must be freed, the hunger must be fed, and you will not interfere. The creature surged forward, Stella's body moving with it. Alfharin leaped to intercept, his massive form colliding with the entity's leading edge. Wolf and abomination tumbled across the chamber in a tangle of fur and wrongness. "Protect the seal!" Gandalf shouted, hurling bolts of white fire at the chanting cultists. The magic struck but was absorbed by a barrier. They've warded themselves. We can't touch them directly, not while they're channeling power from the seal. Then we break their concentration, Strider said, firing arrows at the cultists. The projectiles couldn't penetrate the barrier, but they forced the cultists to acknowledge the threat, to divide attention. The senior cultist snarled in frustration. Kill them all. We need only a few more minutes," the Stella creature responded, abandoning its struggle with Alfharin and flowing toward the company with terrible speed. Appendages lashed out, seeking to grab, to hold, to begin consumption. Dorothy threw up a protective barrier, and the creature's attack splashed against it. But Dorothy could feel the pressure, feel the entity testing her defenses, seeking weaknesses. "I can't hold it for long," she gasped, sweat beading on her forehead. "It's too strong." Alfharin crashed into the creature from the side, jaws clamping down on something that approximated a limb. The wolf's supernatural nature allowed him to harm what others couldn't fully touch. The creature recoiled. Gandalf used the distraction to approach the seal. "If we can't disrupt the cultists directly, perhaps we can reinforce the seal from our side. Add our power to what the ancient mages created." "Can you do that?" Elrond asked, already moving to join him. "It is beyond me alone, yes," Gandalf admitted. "But not beyond us together. You carry the memory of the First Age. You witnessed magic that makes our current abilities seem like candle flames. If you can remember those spells." "I can try," Elrond said. He placed his hands on the seal and closed his eyes. His lips began moving in silent recitation, words of power in languages that predated the current age. The seal responded. The golden light intensified, spreading outward. The runes flared brighter, and new runes began to appear, ancient elvish characters that wove themselves into the existing pattern, reinforcing, strengthening. The cultists felt the change immediately. Their chanting grew more desperate, more frenzied. The gray-haired woman's hands pressed harder against the stone, her blood flowing faster. "No!" she screamed. "You cannot stop us. We are so close. The prisoner promises us power, immortality. Lies, a new voice interrupted. He promises you lies. Everyone turned to see another figure emerging from the shadows. It was the Warden, the ancient guardian Dorothy had spoken with during the trial of memory. She carried her staff of living wood and moved with grace that belied her apparent age. You were permitted to approach the seal because you passed the trials, the Warden said, addressing the cultists. Each of you faced your memories, confronted your failures, but you learned nothing. You saw your past cruelties and felt only justified. You looked upon your victims and felt only satisfaction. You failed the trial's true purpose, not to judge whether you could face your past, but whether facing it would change you. We don't need to change, the young cultist spat. We need power, and you're just another obstacle. The age of imprisonment is ending. The Warden's expression didn't change, but Dorothy felt a shift in the chamber's atmosphere. The tree itself was responding, and it was not pleased. Then you leave me no choice, the Warden said quietly. She struck the floor with her staff, and roots exploded upward. They wrapped around the three cultists, pulling their hands away from the seal, dragging them backward despite their struggles and screams. The ritual was disrupted. The blood channels stopped flowing. The cracks in the seal, which had been slowly spreading, suddenly stopped growing. For a moment, it seemed they had won. Then the seal began to crack from the inside. Whatever was imprisoned within, Thuringwall the Unseen, had been awakened by the ritual, brought so close to freedom that he could now act on his own. The cultist's magic had been the key turning in the lock, but the prisoner himself was now forcing the door open. The cracks spread with terrible speed, branching and multiplying, racing across the seal's surface like lightning. The golden light flickered, struggled, then began to fail, and from those cracks leaked something worse than darkness. It was absence, the complete negation of existence, of reality, of meaning. Where it touched the chamber's walls, the memories displayed there simply ceased, not destroyed, erased, as if they had never been. Alfharin howled, a sound of primal terror and defiance. The wolf understood they were seconds away from catastrophe beyond imagining. "Everyone out!" Gandalf roared. "The seal is failing. We need to evacuate." "No," Dorothy said. Her voice was quiet, but something in her tone made everyone stop. "No, we're not running." She stepped forward, moving toward the failing seal, even as everyone else backed away. Her hands glowed with golden light, not healing magic or protective barriers, but something else, something she hadn't known she could do until this moment of absolute necessity. "Dorothy, what are you doing?" Strider called out, alarm clear. "What Grandma needed me to do," Dorothy replied, eyes fixed on the seal. "What I was too afraid to do then. The merciful thing, the hard thing, the right thing." She placed her hands on the seal, not on its exterior, but directly over one of the spreading cracks. Power flowed from her, not attacking, not defending, but offering release, offering peace, offering an end to eternal imprisonment. "You've been locked away for so long," she whispered, not to the seal but to what lay beyond it. "Thousands of years, no freedom, no rest, no ending, just hunger and rage. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that the only solution they could find was to trap you here. That was wrong. Not necessary. Wrong. And I won't perpetuate it." "Dorothy, no!" Gandalf's voice was sharp with alarm. "If you release him—" "I'm not releasing him," Dorothy said. "I'm offering him choice, something he hasn't had in millennia. I'm asking him, not the hunger, not the power, but whatever person he once was. I'm asking him to let go, to accept an ending, to choose peace over freedom, Rest over revenge. The cracks in the seal stopped spreading. In the sudden silence, Dorothy felt something vast and ancient turn its attention toward her, felt herself being assessed, evaluated, understood in ways that made her feel naked and infinitely small. Then, from beyond the seal, words formed. Peace? You offer me peace? After what was done to me? After I was betrayed, sealed away, denied even the dignity of death? Yes, Dorothy said simply, because you deserve it, because everyone deserves a chance for peace at the end, and you've waited long enough. It's time to rest. Silence, consideration, and then, the hunger. It's all I am now, all that's left. If I accept your offer, if I let go, will it finally end? Will I finally stop being this? Yes, Dorothy promised. I swear it. No more hunger, no more rage, no more imprisonment. Just rest. Final, complete, eternal rest. Another pause, then, very well, I accept. Better to end than to continue as I am. But the seal must be maintained. If it simply breaks, the hunger will escape even without me. It has grown large enough, independent enough. You must transform the seal, change its purpose from prison to tomb. Can you do that? Dorothy looked back at her companions. Can we? She asked them. Can we transform the seal, make it a tomb instead of a prison? Gandalf slowly nodded. Yes, perhaps, if we all work together. If we pour enough power into it, enough will. But Dorothy, what you just did, speaking to what was trapped, offering mercy instead of punishment, that was extraordinary. Neither have I, Elrond added softly, and I have lived a very long time. The Warden stepped forward, her ancient face showing something like approval. The trial of memory judged you worthy to approach the seal, but this proves you worthy of far more. You have shown the rarest form of courage, the courage to offer compassion to something that might destroy you. That is true heroism. Dorothy felt tears streaming down her face, though she wasn't sure why she was crying. Relief, exhaustion, grief for what Thoringwol had been before imprisonment twisted him, all of that and more. Please, she said to the presence beyond the seal, help us, guide us in transforming this prison, make it a tomb that honors what you were. Yes, came the response, I will help. One final act of will before the end. Together, we will make this right. What followed was like nothing Dorothy had ever experienced. Power flowed from all of them. From Gandalf and Elrond, who understood ancient magic, from the Warden who carried the tree's authority, from Alfharin who embodied the forest's will, from the Rangers who offered simple human determination, even from imprisoned Thoringwol himself, who poured the last of what he had been into the transformation. The seal's golden light shifted to pure white, then to something beyond color. The cracks sealed themselves, not disappearing but being incorporated into the new design. What had been weaknesses became strength. The prison became a tomb. The eternal torment became eternal rest. And from beyond the seal came one final message. Thank you for seeing me, for remembering that I was once a person who made mistakes rather than simply a monster to be contained. Thank you. Then silence, true silence. The presence beyond the seal was gone, not destroyed, not escaped, but released, allowed to end, to rest, to finally stop being. The seal was no longer golden with harsh light of imprisonment. It glowed with softer radiance now, the gentle luminescence of a memorial. Dorothy collapsed, her strength utterly spent. Alfharin was there immediately, allowing her to lean against his warm bulk. I don't understand, Strider said into the stunned silence. What just happened? We did better than win, Gandalf said, his voice filled with wonder. We chose a third option, not imprisonment, not release, but transformation. We turned a prison into a memorial, an enemy into someone worthy of mourning. That's what heroism actually looks like. Not defeating evil through force, but transforming it through compassion. The warden approached Dorothy and placed one ancient hand on her shoulder. The tree will remember this day, and it will remember you. What you did here will echo through the ages. Others will learn from it. You have changed what is possible. Dorothy looked up at the transformed seal, at the soft light that now emanated from what had been a prison of suffering. She thought about her grandmother, about that long-ago failure, about how offering mercy had seemed impossible then, but had somehow become possible now. What happened to that young healer who just wanted to tend her village? Dorothy asked. She grew, Gandalf said simply. She was tested and didn't break. She discovered capabilities she didn't know she possessed. That person still exists, but she's also become more than that. They remained in the tree's heart for a while longer, catching their breath, tending to injuries, processing what had occurred. The chamber felt different now, less like a vault and more like a chapel. Eventually, the warden gestured toward the entrance. You should go. The forest has much to heal. You have done what you came to do, and more. Go with the gratitude of the tree. They filed out slowly, exhausted but satisfied. As Dorothy emerged into the clearing outside, she felt Alfharin press against her side. The wolf's eyes met hers, and in that gaze she saw a reflection of her own journey. From failure to redemption, from fear to courage, they had all changed in the tree's heart. They had all faced memories and made choices, and they had all, somehow, emerged better for it. The whispering woods stretched around them, already beginning to heal. It would take time, years, perhaps decades, but the forest would recover, just as they would recover, slowly, gradually, but completely, because that's what healing was. Not instantaneous erasure of injury, but the patient, merciful process of transformation. Dorothy looked back at the Tree of Oblivion one last time, at its ancient majesty, at the faces carved into its bark that were now peaceful rather than anguished. "Thank you," she whispered. The tree's response was a whisper. "You are welcome, daughter of compassion. May your mercy never falter. The world needs people like you." Then the voice faded, and there was only the gentle susurrus of leaves, the eternal whisper of the forest. They began the long journey back, toward rest and recovery, but none of them would ever be quite the same. They had faced the abyss and offered it peace, and somehow, impossibly, it had accepted. The journey back through the whispering woods should have been easier than their desperate flight inward. No cultists to pursue, no summoned creature hunting them, no ancient seals threatening to break. But exhaustion made every step a struggle, and the forest itself, though healing, still bore the scars of corruption that made travel treacherous. They camped that first night in a small clearing that Alfharin identified as safe, far enough from the corruption zones that the air was clean, close enough to water that they could refill their depleted supplies. The rangers set a watch rotation, though honestly everyone was too drained to be effective guards. If something had attacked them that night, Dorothy wasn't sure they could have mounted an adequate defense, but nothing attacked. The forest, it seemed, recognized them as allies now, as those who had healed rather than harmed, who had chosen mercy over violence when violence would have been so much easier. Gandalf sat by the fire smoking his pipe, staring into the flames with an expression that was equal parts satisfaction and concern. Dorothy settled beside him, Alfharin curling up at her feet with his massive head resting on her lap. "You're worried," she observed. It wasn't a question. "I'm always worried," Gandalf replied with a tired smile. It's an occupational hazard of being old and knowing too much history. But yes, I'm specifically worried about what comes next. The cultists are captured. The seal is transformed into a memorial. The summoned creature is dispersed or destroyed, or whatever happened to it when the seal changed. What's left to worry about? Those were symptoms, not the disease, Gandalf said, his voice low so as not to disturb the others who were already asleep. The cult had cells beyond the ones we encountered, groups we never even saw, and they had knowledge, dangerous knowledge about ancient seals, about what lies imprisoned in various places, about how to exploit and corrupt sources of power. That knowledge doesn't disappear just because we stopped one group in one location. Dorothy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. You think they'll try again, somewhere else? I know they will. We captured or killed perhaps 20 cultists total across both incidents, at Alfharin and here in the woods, but their organization is larger than that, smarter, more distributed. They've been operating for years, maybe decades, building resources and knowledge. This was a setback for them, yes, but not a defeat, not a final one. So what do we do? Gandalf was silent for a long moment, puffing on his pipe. Then, we prepare. We strengthen other seals before they can be targeted. We investigate the cult's origins and structure. We build networks of allies who can respond quickly when threats emerge. And he looked at Dorothy directly. We train people like you, people who have the courage to think differently, to choose compassion over convention, to see options that others miss. I'm not special, Dorothy protested. What I did at the seal, anyone could have done that, would have done that, if they'd just thought of it. No, Gandalf said firmly. They wouldn't have. Most people faced with an ancient evil think in terms of imprisonment or destruction. It takes a rare mind to think in terms of redemption and release. You have that mind, that perspective, and it's more valuable than any sword or spell because it creates solutions where others see only violence. Alfharin stirred, releasing a soft chuff that sounded like agreement. The wolf sees it too, Gandalf continued. Guardian-born are excellent judges of character. Alfharin wouldn't have bonded with you if he didn't recognize something essential in your nature, something worth protecting and nurturing. Dorothy stroked the wolf's fur, processing this. She had never thought of herself as particularly special, just someone trying to do good work, to help where she could, to not repeat the failures of her past. But perhaps that was exactly what made her valuable. Not grand ambition or exceptional talent, but simply consistent, genuine desire to reduce suffering. What happens to the captured cultists? She asked, changing the subject. They'll be taken to the nearest city with proper legal infrastructure, probably Adoris or Minas Tirith. They'll stand trial for their crimes. Some will be executed most likely, others imprisoned. A few might even be offered redemption if they show genuine remorse and willingness to share information about the cult's larger structure. Gandalf's expression was grim. Justice is necessary, but I confess it troubles me. We showed mercy to the imprisoned Thuringwall, helped him find peace, but these cultists, who are also people who made terrible choices and became trapped by those choices, we send them to punishment without offering the same compassion. The inconsistency bothers me. They had choices all along, Dorothy pointed out. They chose cruelty repeatedly. Thuringwall was imprisoned for millennia without choice, without agency. His suffering had no purpose except to contain him. The cultists' suffering, if they're punished, serves a purpose. Justice for their victims, deterrence for others who might follow their path, and protection for society at large. That's not the same as purposeless eternal torment. Perhaps, Gandalf said, or perhaps we're just better at justifying the violence we commit, than the violence others commit? It's a question I've wrestled with for centuries, and I still don't have a satisfying answer. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire burn down to embers. Around them, the forest whispered its eternal conversations, and overhead, stars wheeled in their ancient patterns. Finally, Gandalf stood and stretched. Get some rest. Tomorrow we meet with Elrond's people. They're coming to examine the corrupted areas and begin the long process of purification. You should be part of those discussions. Your perspective on healing, both physical and spiritual, will be valuable. Dorothy nodded and settled in beside Alfharin, using the wolf's warm bulk as a pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she heard Gandalf speaking quietly to someone, probably Strider, about security concerns and logistics. Always planning, always preparing, never truly resting because rest meant letting down your guard, and that could cost lives. It was exhausting just thinking about it. They reached the forest's edge 3 days later, emerging from the ancient woods into farmland and civilization. The contrast was jarring, from timeless wilderness where magic was real and visible to mundane fields where people worried about crop yields and livestock prices. A delegation was waiting for them. Elrond's people, as Gandalf had predicted, along with representatives from the nearest human settlements and a contingent of Woodland Realm scouts led by Gilraen, the young elf they had rescued. Gilraen's face lit up when he saw them. "You survived! And you succeeded. I can feel it. The corruption in the forest, it's receding. Whatever you did, it worked." "We did what needed doing," Gandalf said simply. "But there's much work still ahead. The forest is healing, but it will need help. Active intervention to accelerate the natural purification processes. We're prepared for that," one of Elrond's people, a tall elf woman with silver hair, said. "We've brought supplies and knowledge, but we'll need guides, people who saw the corruption firsthand, who can identify the worst affected areas and help us prioritize." "The Rangers can help with that," Strider offered. "We mapped our route carefully, noted every corrupted zone. That information is at your disposal." What followed were hours of discussion, technical, detailed, sometimes tedious. Dorothy found her attention drifting as people debated purification techniques and resource allocation. This was important work, but it wasn't her strength. Her skills lay in direct healing, not administration and logistics. Alfharin seemed to share her restlessness. The wolf kept glancing back toward the forest, his body language suggesting he wanted to return. This made sense. Alfharin was guardian-born, tied to the forest in ways that went beyond simple habitat preference. Being out here in farmland probably felt wrong to him, like being away from home. During a break in the discussions, Dorothy approached Gandalf. "I think Alfharin needs to go back to the forest. He's not comfortable out here." Gandalf looked at the wolf, noted his agitation, and nodded. "You're right. Guardian-born can travel outside their domains, but it costs them, drains their essence gradually. He should return." The wizard looked at Dorothy thoughtfully. "Will you go with him? He's bonded to you. Leaving you might be difficult for him." Dorothy had been thinking about this. "For a while, yes. I want to help with the forest's healing anyway. I'm a healer. That's where I can actually contribute, not in planning meetings. But," she hesitated, "after that, I need to return to my village. I've been gone for weeks. People will be worried, and there are patients there who depend on me." "Of course," Gandalf said. "No one expects you to abandon your life. You've already given far more than anyone could reasonably ask. Go with Alfharin. Help with the healing. And when that work is well underway, return to your village with our gratitude and respect." So it was decided. While most of the company remained at the forest's edge to coordinate with the elven healers and plan the larger purification effort, Dorothy and Alfharin would return to the Whispering Woods, not to the depths where the Tree of Oblivion stood, but to the outer regions where corruption had been worst and where her healing skills could make real difference. Gilrayan volunteered to accompany them. "I know these woods," he said, "and I want to help heal what was damaged. Besides," he looked at Dorothy with something like awe, "what you did at the tree, offering mercy to something that could have destroyed us all. I want to learn from you, want to understand how you think, how you see the world. Maybe it will make me a better guardian of these woods." Dorothy wasn't sure she had anything to teach, but she agreed. Having a local guide would be helpful, and Gilrayan seemed genuinely committed to learning, rather than just paying lip service to the idea. They set out at dawn the next day, the three of them, woman, wolf, and elf, carrying supplies for several weeks of work. The forest welcomed them back with whispers that sounded like greeting, like homecoming. The first corrupted site they tackled was the hollow where the summoned creature had fed, where hundreds of animals had died in terror. The place still reeked of wrongness, though the acute magical contamination had faded. What remained was more like a spiritual wound, trauma that had soaked into the land itself and would fester if not addressed. Dorothy knelt at the edge of the hollow and placed her hands on the earth. She could feel the damage, could sense how the natural cycles of life and death had been disrupted. Where there should have been healthy decomposition, bodies returning nutrients to the soil, feeding new growth, there was only stagnation. The earth itself seemed to be rejecting the corrupted remains, unwilling to accept them back into the cycle. "We need to cleanse the bodies," she said. "Give them proper death, proper return to the earth. They were prevented from that before, but we can offer it now." "How?" Gilrayan asked. "There are so many, and they've been dead for days. Won't they have started decomposing in ways that spread the corruption?" "Normally, yes. But look." Dorothy pointed to the animal remains scattered throughout the hollow. They looked almost unchanged from days ago, preserved in a state of arrested decay. "The corruption is preventing natural decomposition, keeping them in stasis. We need to break that stasis, but do it in a way that channels the death energy properly, transforms corruption into nutrition." Alfharin moved into the hollow and began the work Dorothy described. The wolf carefully gathered the animal bodies, starting with the smallest, the rabbits and birds, and arranged them in a specific pattern. Dorothy recognized it after a moment. A spiral, the ancient symbol of natural cycles, of death feeding life, of endings becoming beginnings. She and Gilrayan joined in, helping to position the larger animals, deer, foxes, even the massive old bear. It was grim work, handling bodies that had died badly, but there was also something deeply meaningful about it. Each animal placed with care, each life acknowledged, each death honored. When all the remains were arranged, Dorothy stood at the spiral's center and began to sing. Not words. She didn't know any formal rituals, just sounds that felt right, that resonated with what needed to happen. A song of release, of transformation, of return. The earth responded. The bodies began to glow faintly, not with the sickly green of corruption, but with warm golden light. They started to decompose, rapidly but naturally, flesh melting into the soil, bones becoming minerals, all of it feeding back into the earth's embrace. Within minutes, the bodies were gone. In their place, the spiral pattern remained as a channel in the earth, and within that channel, new growth was already beginning. Tiny green shoots pushing up through the soil, drawn by the sudden influx of nutrients. "Life from death," Gilrayan breathed. "The natural cycle restored. That was That was beautiful, Alfharin howled, not in grief or warning, but in celebration. The wolf was acknowledging what had been accomplished, honoring the restoration of proper order. They repeated this process at every corrupted site they encountered. Sometimes the work was straightforward, cleansing dead zones, helping new growth establish itself, purifying water sources. Other times, it was more complex. At one site, they found a tree that was half corrupted, half healthy. Dorothy spent 3 days working on it, slowly drawing the corruption out of the roots and wood, channeling it safely into the earth where it could be neutralized and transformed. At another site, they found a cave where the summoned creature had apparently rested briefly. The stone walls were etched with its presence, marked with residual wrongness that made anyone who entered feel sick and disoriented. This required Gilrain's knowledge of elven purification rituals, combined with Dorothy's healing sense and Alfharin's ability to detect and track magical contamination. Days became weeks. The work was exhausting but deeply satisfying. Dorothy could see the forest healing, could feel the whispering woods gradually recovering their essential character. The whispers themselves changed, less anguished, more conversational. The forest was returning to health, remembering how to be itself rather than something twisted by external corruption. During this time, Dorothy learned from Gilrain about elven healing philosophy, where human healing tended to focus on direct intervention, using herbs and magic to forcefully correct imbalances. Elven healing was more about facilitating natural processes, removing obstacles and allowing the body or land to heal itself. "We don't fix things," Gilrain explained one evening as they sat around a small fire. "We create conditions where things can fix themselves. It's a subtle distinction, but important. Your approach at the Tree of Oblivion, offering Thuringwall the option of peace, rather than forcing either imprisonment or destruction, that was very elven in spirit. You created a condition where he could choose healing, rather than trying to impose healing on him." Dorothy thought about this. But sometimes people can't heal themselves. Sometimes they need direct intervention, forceful action to prevent death or permanent damage. "True," Gilrain agreed. "There's a time for intervention and a time for facilitation. The wisdom is knowing which is which. You seem to have an instinct for that, knowing when to act forcefully and when to step back and create space for natural healing." Alfharin, lying between them, made a soft sound that suggested agreement. The wolf had been watching Dorothy work throughout these weeks, learning from her just as she learned from Gilrain. Guardian-born were protectors, but protection sometimes meant knowing when to fight and when to nurture, when to defend and when to heal. One night, perhaps 3 weeks into their healing work, Dorothy woke to find Alfharin gone from their small camp. She sat up, concerned, and was about to wake Gilrain when she heard it. Howling. Not close, but not too distant either, and not just one wolf, multiple voices, a whole pack singing together in the darkness. Gilrain woke at the sound. "The forest wolves," he said, recognition in his voice. "They're calling to Alfharin, acknowledging him, welcoming him back after his journey to help heal their home." The howling continued for several minutes, a complex song that seemed to tell stories, share information, express emotions beyond simple sound. And through it all, Dorothy could pick out Alfharin's voice, distinctive and powerful, responding to his kin. When the howling finally faded, Alfharin returned to camp. The wolf seemed different, more settled, more complete, as if being acknowledged by his pack had fulfilled some need that Dorothy hadn't realized he had. "You could stay with them, you know," Dorothy said softly, reaching out to scratch behind the wolf's ears. "With the forest wolves. Be part of a pack instead of traveling with humans. I wouldn't blame you. It's where you belong." Alfharin's response was to press his massive head against her chest and release a soft whine. The meaning was clear. I belong with you. You are my pack now. Where you go, I go. Dorothy felt tears sting her eyes. She had never expected to form such a deep bond with another creature, had never imagined that something as wild and free as a guardian spirit wolf would choose to tie his fate to hers. Then we're stuck with each other, she said, voice thick with emotion. For better or worse, we're together. Gilrayan watched this exchange with a smile. Guardian-born bonds are among the deepest connections possible. Stronger than most marriages, more lasting than most friendships. You honor each other by maintaining that bond, and the forest is better for having such a partnership protecting it. The healing work continued for another week, before Dorothy felt confident that they had addressed all the worst corruption zones. There were still areas that would need monitoring, places where new growth was fragile and vulnerable, but the crisis had passed. The forest would complete its own healing now, given time and the absence of new interference. I need to go home, Dorothy said one morning as they broke camp. Back to my village, back to my life. There are people there who need me. Gilrayan nodded, understanding but also showing disappointment. The forest will miss you. I'll miss you. But yes, you have responsibilities elsewhere. Will you return, do you think, to check on the healing, to ensure it continues properly? I hope so, Dorothy said honestly. But I don't know. Life has a way of pulling you in unexpected directions. If I can return, I will. But if I can't... She gestured at the healthy forest around them, at the new growth pushing up everywhere, at the restored beauty. What we did here will last. The forest will remember, even if we're not here to see it. They traveled back to the forest's edge together, Alfharin leading the way with confident ease. At the boundary between forest and farmland, Gilrayan stopped. This is where we part, he said. I need to return to my duties, report to my people about the forest's condition. But Dorothy... He gripped her shoulder in the elven gesture of deep respect. What you taught me these past weeks about healing and patience and seeing beyond the immediate problem to the underlying causes, that's knowledge I'll carry for the rest of my life. Thank you. Thank you for guiding us, Dorothy replied, and for being willing to learn. That openness, that willingness to question your own assumptions, that's rarer and more valuable than you might think. They said their goodbyes, and Gilrayan melted back into the forest, leaving Dorothy and Alfharin standing at the edge of civilization. Well, Dorothy said, looking down at the wolf. Ready to go home? Alfharin's tail wagged once, agreement and anticipation. Together, woman and wolf began the journey back to Dorothy's village, to the life she had left behind weeks ago, to the patience and responsibilities waiting for her return. But she was different now, changed by what she had experienced, what she had learned, what she had done. She had faced ancient evil and offered it mercy, had helped heal a forest corrupted by unnatural magic, had formed a bond with a guardian spirit that transcended normal understanding. She had been tested and had not broken, had been given choices and had chosen compassion over convenience, healing over harm, mercy over justice when mercy was what was truly needed. She was still Dorothy the healer, still the woman who had failed her grandmother years ago and had spent every day since trying to atone for that failure. But she was also more than that now. She was someone who had stood at memory's edge and not flinched, who had looked into the abyss and offered it peace, and the world, somehow, was better for it. The village greeted Dorothy's return with a mixture of relief and celebration. She had been gone for nearly 2 months, far longer than her original trip to the mountains was supposed to take, and people had begun to fear she had been killed or lost. Seeing her arrive healthy, if tired and road-worn, with a massive wolf at her side caused quite a stir. The village elder, Alderman Brennan, met her at the village boundary with questions spilling from his lips. "Where have you been? What happened? Is the mountain crisis resolved? What's with the wolf? Is it safe? Should we be concerned about—" "One question at a time," Dorothy laughed, holding up her hands. "I'm fine. The crisis is resolved. And the wolf is Alfharin. He's a guardian spirit, not a threat. He's bonded to me and will be staying. Anyone who harms him will have to answer to me." The last part she said with enough firmness that even those villagers who looked nervously at Alpharin's size and obvious predatory nature backed down. If Dorothy vouched for the wolf, that was good enough for most people. Over the next several days, Dorothy gradually shared the story of what had happened, carefully editing out the most dangerous or disturbing details. She told them about the cultists, about the corruption of the forest, about the healing work she had participated in. But she didn't mention the seal or Thuring wool or the true scope of what had nearly been unleashed. Some truths were too heavy to share with people who had no context for understanding them. Her life resumed its familiar patterns. Patients came with injuries and illnesses. She treated them, mixing her expanded knowledge from working with Gilrayan with her existing healing practices. Alfharin's presence initially made some patients nervous, but the wolf seemed to understand that he needed to be non-threatening in the village. He spent most of his time resting near Dorothy's clinic, accepting, with good grace, the attention of children who wanted to pet the big doggy. But normality felt strange after everything she had experienced. Dorothy found herself restless, dissatisfied with the simple cases that made up most village healing work. A sprained ankle, a fever, a difficult childbirth. All important, all worthy of her attention, but somehow small. After helping heal an entire corrupted forest, after offering mercy to an ancient imprisoned entity, treating mundane ailments felt oddly hollow. Alfharin sensed her restlessness. The wolf would sometimes sit beside her in the evenings looking at her with those luminous eyes that saw too much, and Dorothy would feel his unspoken question. "Are you sure this is enough? Is this really where you want to be?" She didn't have a good answer. 3 weeks after her return, a messenger arrived from Idris. He carried a sealed letter bearing Gandalf's mark. Dorothy opened it with shaking hands, already knowing it would contain an offer, an invitation, a call to something beyond her simple village life. She was right. Dorothy, I hope this letter finds you well and rested. I trust Alfharin is adjusting to village life, though I suspect he finds it rather dull after the excitement of our recent adventures. I'm writing to inform you that the cult we encountered was, as suspected, part of a larger organization. We've identified at least 3 other cells operating in different regions. More concerning, we've discovered that they're coordinating their efforts, planning simultaneous strikes on multiple ancient seals. We're assembling a team to investigate and counter these threats. The work will be dangerous, will require extended travel, and will offer no guarantees of success or safety. But it's necessary work, and it needs people with skills and perspectives like yours. I'm not ordering you to join us. You have a life in your village, responsibilities to people who depend on you. No one would fault you for choosing to remain there. But I'm asking. The world needs healers, yes, but it also needs people who can see beyond conventional solutions, who can offer mercy instead of violence when mercy is appropriate, who can transform conflicts rather than simply winning them. You are that person. You proved it at the Tree of Oblivion. If you choose to join us, come to adore us within the month. Ask for Gandalf at the Golden Hall. If you choose to remain in your village, no shame attaches to that choice. You've already done more than anyone could reasonably expect. The decision is yours. Gandalf the Grey. Dorothy read the letter 3 times, each reading revealing new layers of meaning. Gandalf was giving her a genuine choice, not pressuring her, not trying to manipulate through guilt or obligation. He was simply presenting an option and trusting her to decide what was right, which somehow made the decision harder. She talked to Alderman Brennan, explaining, as much as she could, what was being asked of her. The old man listened quietly, then said, "The village needs a healer, but the village will survive without you. Villages always do. People get sick, people die, life continues. But if what you're describing is accurate, if there's some larger threat that needs addressing, then maybe the world needs you more than we do." "That feels arrogant," Dorothy protested. "To think I'm so important that the fate of the world depends on me." "It's not arrogance if it's true," Brennan countered. "And from what you've said, carefully not said I should note, about what happened in the Whispering Woods, you have skills and knowledge that are rare and valuable. Maybe even unique. The world doesn't have an abundance of people who can heal corruption, who can see solutions that don't involve violence. Should you really hoard that gift here in our little village when it could be used on a larger scale?" Dorothy didn't have a good answer to that. She spent days wrestling with the decision. Part of her wanted to stay, to return to the simple, safe, predictable life she had known before Gandalf's summons. But another part, a part that had been growing steadily since her trial at Memory's Edge, wanted to go, wanted to continue the work she had begun, to use her skills on challenges that actually tested them, to make a difference on a scale larger than one village. Alfharin, when she finally asked his opinion, was unambiguous. The wolf wanted to go, wanted to return to a life of purpose and adventure, wanted to be part of something larger than village routine. But he also made clear, wherever Dorothy chose to go, he would follow. Her choice was his choice, which meant the decision truly was hers. No one was forcing her. No one was even particularly pressuring her. She could stay or go, and either choice would be respected. It was terrifying. Finally, on a quiet evening 2 weeks after receiving Gandalf's letter, Dorothy made her decision. She went to see Alderman Brennan. "I'm going," she said simply. "I need to go, not because the village doesn't matter, it does, but because I've learned things, developed abilities that are needed elsewhere, and if I don't use them, if I just hide here pretending I'm ordinary when I'm not, that would be a different kind of failure, a failure of courage rather than skill." Brennan nodded slowly. "I thought you might choose that, and I think it's the right choice, though I'll miss having you here. When do you leave?" "Tomorrow. The letter said to arrive within the month, but I don't want to waste time. If there are threats that need addressing, they won't wait for my convenience." "Then let's give you a proper send-off. Tonight, a feast in your honor. Let the village say thank you and goodbye properly." The feast that night was small but genuine. Simple food shared among people who genuinely cared about each other. They told stories about times Dorothy had helped them, thanked her for her years of service, and wished her well on her journey. It was emotional, but not maudlin. These people understood that sometimes the right choice meant leaving what was comfortable. The next morning, Dorothy packed her bags, healing supplies, traveling gear, warm clothes, and the few personal possessions she couldn't bear to leave behind. Alfharin waited patiently by the door, tail wagging slowly, excitement barely contained. As they prepared to leave, a young girl, perhaps 7 years old, one of Dorothy's frequent patients, ran up and pressed something into her hand. It was a small carved wooden owl, clearly made by a child's unpracticed hands. "For protection," the girl said seriously. "Owls are wise. They'll help you make good choices." Dorothy felt tears prick her eyes. "Thank you. I'll treasure this." She placed the carved owl carefully in her pack, then shouldered the bag and turned toward the road. Alfharin fell into step beside her, and together they walked out of the village toward whatever waited beyond. The journey to Edoras took 2 weeks, longer than it might have for someone traveling alone, but Dorothy stopped frequently to help people along the way. A farmer with an infected wound, a child with a fever, an elderly woman whose arthritis made walking painful, small healings, simple interventions, but each one mattered to the person receiving it. Alfharin sometimes seemed impatient with these delays, but he never pushed Dorothy to move faster. The wolf understood that healing was her nature, her calling. You couldn't rush it any more than you could rush a tree's growth or a river's flow. They arrived in Edoras on a bright autumn morning. The city rose from the plains like a statement of human determination. Massive walls, towering halls, banners snapping in the constant wind. It was impressive and more than a little intimidating for someone from a small village. At the gates, Dorothy asked for directions to the Golden Hall and was directed up the city's main avenue. The hall itself was impossible to miss, a massive structure of wood and stone, its roof thatched with golden straw that gave the building its name. Guards stood at the entrance, but when Dorothy mentioned Gandalf's name, they immediately let her pass. Inside, the hall was cavernous and surprisingly warm despite its size. Fires burned in multiple hearths, and people moved with purposeful efficiency. Servants, warriors, advisors, all engaged in the business of running a kingdom. A steward approached. "You're Dorothy, the healer Gandalf mentioned?" "I am. He's been expecting you. This way, please." She followed the steward through the hall to a smaller room, clearly a planning chamber of some kind, with maps covering the walls and a large table dominating the center. Around that table sat familiar faces: Gandalf, Strider, Elrond, and several unfamiliar ones, a dwarf with an impressive beard, an elf woman with silver hair, and 2 human warriors whose bearing suggested considerable experience and skill. Gandalf looked up as Dorothy entered, and his weathered face split into a genuine smile. "Dorothy, you came. I wasn't sure you would, but I'm very glad you did." "I almost didn't," Dorothy admitted. "But I realized staying in the village would be the coward's choice, running away from responsibility because it's easier than accepting it." "There's no cowardice in choosing a simple life," Gandalf said gently. "But I'm glad you saw the larger picture. We need you." He gestured around the table. "Let me introduce everyone. You know Strider and Elrond, of course. This is Gimli, son of Glóin, a dwarf warrior of considerable skill. This is Celebrian, an elf healer with expertise in purification magic. And these are Boromir and Faramir of Gondor, both warriors and tacticians. Together, we form the core of our response team." Dorothy felt suddenly inadequate. These were clearly people of significance and power. What was she, a village healer with some unusual experiences, doing in such company? As if reading her thoughts, Alfharin pressed against her leg, reminding her, "You belong here. You earned this." Gandalf continued, "I've briefed everyone on what happened at Carak Varn and in the Whispering Woods. They know about your role in transforming the seal, about your ability to see solutions that others miss. That's why you're here, not for combat skills or magical power, but for perspective, for the ability to think differently." "What exactly are we doing?" Dorothy asked, settling into a chair. Alfharin lay down beside her, his presence comforting. Your letter mentioned multiple cult cells, coordinated strikes on ancient seals. Yes, Elrond said, taking over the explanation. We've identified 3 locations where ancient seals exist, similar to the ones at Karak Varn and the Tree of Oblivion. Each seal binds something dangerous, not always the same type of threat, but all legitimate dangers that the ancient mages chose to imprison rather than destroy. The cult has apparently been researching these seals for years, learning their locations and weaknesses. He indicated 3 points on the large map, one in the Misty Mountains, one near the coast, and one in the far north beyond even the woodland realm. We don't have the resources to guard all 3 simultaneously, Gandalf continued, so we need to prioritize, determine which is most vulnerable, which poses the greatest danger if breached, and then we need to reach it before the cult does. How do we determine that? Dorothy asked. Research and investigation, Celebrian said, speaking for the first time. Her voice was melodic, carrying harmonics that suggested significant magical power. We have access to archives, to ancient texts, to oral histories from the First Age. By examining what we know about each seal, what it binds, how it was created, what vulnerabilities it might have, we can make educated guesses about which the cult will target first. And then? Then we go there, Boromir said. His voice was firm, decisive, the voice of someone accustomed to command. We reinforce the seal if possible, strengthen its defenses, and prepare to repel any cult forces that show up. And if they've already arrived when we get there, he shrugged, then we fight. We hope it doesn't come to that, Gandalf said quickly. Fighting is expensive in lives and resources. If we can prevent confrontation through preparation and deterrence, that's preferable. But Boromir is right. We need to be ready for violence if it becomes necessary. They spent the rest of the day reviewing what was known about each potential target. Dorothy listened, trying to absorb information about events and places far beyond her experience. It was overwhelming, but also exhilarating. This was real, important work that mattered on a scale she had never imagined. As the meeting concluded and people began to disperse, Gandalf asked Dorothy to remain. When they were alone, except for Alfharin, he said, I want you to understand, this won't be like the Whispering Woods. There we had time. We could afford to take the compassionate approach because we weren't under immediate deadly threat. But in future confrontations, we might not have that luxury. Sometimes the merciful solution and the necessary solution are different things. Can you accept that? Can you understand that sometimes violence is the answer, not because we want it to be, but because reality gives us no alternative? Dorothy thought about this carefully before answering. I understand that. I don't like it, but I understand it. And I promise, if violence becomes necessary, I won't hesitate. But I also promise to always look for alternatives first, to always question whether violence is truly necessary or just convenient. Gandalf smiled. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say. The day we stop questioning, the day we accept violence as the default rather than the last resort, that's the day we become no better than those we oppose. They parted for the evening, and Dorothy was shown to guest quarters, small but comfortable, with a window overlooking the city. Alfharin curled up on the floor beside her bed, and they both slept deeply, exhausted by travel and the weight of what lay ahead. The next morning brought a messenger, urgent, breathless, clearly having ridden hard. Gandalf, the messenger gasped. News from the north. The Woodland Realm reports cult activity near the Northern Seal. Large numbers, sophisticated equipment. They're not investigating, they're mounting a full assault. King Thranduil requests assistance immediately. Gandalf's face went grim. How long do we have? Days, maybe a week. The cult has already breached the outer defenses. If they reach the seal itself, then we leave now, Gandalf said, his voice carrying command that brooked no argument. Gather the company. We ride for the north within the hour. There's no more time for planning or preparation. We respond with what we have, or we don't respond at all. The company assembled with remarkable efficiency. Clearly, these were people accustomed to rapid mobilization. Dorothy packed her bags, checked her healing supplies, and joined the others in the courtyard where horses were being prepared. Alfharin, who had never been around horses before, proved surprisingly adaptable. The wolf understood that speed was necessary and that horses were faster than paws. He fell into a loping pace that allowed him to keep up with the mounted riders without exhausting himself. They rode north at a pace that was aggressive but sustainable, fast enough to cover ground quickly, but not so fast that they would arrive too exhausted to be effective. Days blurred together, riding at dawn, continuing until dusk, camping briefly, then riding again. As they traveled, Gandalf shared more details about the Northern Seal. It binds something different from Thuringwall, where he was a sorcerer who became a hunger. What lies behind the Northern Seal is closer to a force of nature, a spirit of winter and ice and death that predates human civilization. The ancient mages called it the Eternal Frost. It doesn't think like we do, doesn't negotiate or reason. It simply exists, spreading cold and ending warmth wherever it manifests. Can we offer it mercy like we did with Thuringwall? Dorothy asked. Can we give it the option of peace? I don't know, Gandalf admitted. Thuringwall was once human, retained enough of his humanity that he could understand and accept the offer of release. The Eternal Frost. I'm not certain it was ever anything but what it is now. It might not have the conceptual framework to understand concepts like mercy or peace, but he looked at Dorothy with something like hope. I could be wrong, and if anyone can find a way to communicate with something so alien, it would be you. So, yes, try, always try, but be prepared for the possibility that trying won't work. They reached the Woodland Realm 6 days after leaving Edoras. The Elven Kingdom was beautiful, even in apparent crisis. Ancient trees whose branches formed living structures, paths that seemed to grow naturally from the forest floor, light that filtered through leaves in ways that suggested magic as much as physics. But underlying the beauty was tension. They could feel it as soon as they entered the realm, a sense of wrongness, of corruption spreading from a specific direction. The Northern Seal's location. King Thranduil met them at the realm's heart, a towering elf with silver-blonde hair and eyes that held the weight of ages. Gandalf, you received my message. Good. The situation is worse than we thought. The cult has not only reached the seal but has begun the breaking ritual. We've sent warriors to interfere, but they're held back by magical defenses we can't easily breach. How long until the seal breaks? Elrond asked his former friend. Hours, perhaps. Maybe less if the cult has more resources than we've observed. We need to move immediately. Then we move, Gandalf said. Show us the way. Thranduil provided fresh horses and elven guides, and they rode toward the seal's location. As they got closer, Dorothy began to feel the cold. Not natural winter cold, but something deeper, more absolute. The cold of endings, of entropy, of heat death. The eternal frost was waking, and when it fully emerged, winter would come to the north in ways that might never end. They had to stop it, had to succeed where the cult hoped to fail, had to save the world one more time. The approach to the northern seal was nothing like Dorothy had imagined, where the Tree of Oblivion had existed in a place of strange beauty and accumulated memory. The northern seal occupied a landscape of stark desolation. They rode through forests that had been dead for centuries, not recently killed by corruption, but ancient casualties of proximity to what lay imprisoned here. The trees stood like skeletal sentinels, their bark long since stripped away, their wood turned gray and brittle by endless exposure to unnatural cold. Snow covered everything despite it being early autumn, not the gentle white of normal snowfall, but a gray, crystalline substance that crunched underfoot like broken glass. The air itself felt thin, difficult to breathe, as if warmth and life were being actively drained from it. And the cold. Oh, the cold was terrible. It went beyond mere temperature, beyond the discomfort of winter chill. This cold attacked from within, seeping into bones and blood, making every heartbeat feel sluggish, every thought slightly delayed. Dorothy found herself shivering uncontrollably, despite multiple layers of warm clothing. Around her, even the hardened warriors were showing signs of distress, blue-tinged lips, shaking hands, movements becoming stiff and awkward. Only the elves seemed relatively unaffected. Their immortal nature gave them some resistance to the life-draining cold. And Alfharin, whose guardian spirit essence meant he existed partially outside normal physical limitations, padded through the snow with apparent ease, though Dorothy could sense his discomfort through their bond. "There," Thranduil said, pointing ahead to where the dead forest opened into a wide clearing. "The seal lies at the center, and the cult has already established their perimeter." Dorothy could see it now, a circle of standing stones similar to the ones at the Tree of Oblivion, but larger, cruder, older. These stones were rough-hewn from local granite, covered in runes that glowed with pale blue light, and at the center of the circle, rising from the frozen ground like a shard of ice-made stone, was the seal itself. It was beautiful and horrifying simultaneously, a pillar of what appeared to be crystallized winter, transparent but refracting light in ways that created phantom shapes, suggestions of endless cold and patient hunger. Cracks already spider-webbed across its surface, and from those cracks leaked mist that was so cold it burned exposed skin. Around the seal, perhaps 30 cultists worked in organized chaos. Some chanted in that same painful language Dorothy had heard before. Others tended to braziers that burned with unnatural blue flame. Still others performed what looked like blood sacrifice, cutting their own flesh and letting the blood drip into channels carved in the frozen ground. And standing watch around the perimeter were the cult's defenders, not just human warriors, but summoned creatures, bound spirits, and worst of all, what appeared to be animated corpses. The bodies of elven warriors who had fallen in earlier attempts to stop the ritual, now twisted into mockeries of life and set to defend against their own people. "Abomination!" Thranduil hissed, his usual composed demeanor cracking at the sight of his people's bodies being so defiled. They dare to raise the fallen as their puppets." "Focus!" Gandalf interrupted, though his voice carried its own anger. "Rage later. Right now, we need a plan. We're outnumbered, and they have the defensive position. A direct assault will be costly." "We don't have time for subtlety," Boromir countered. "Look at the seal. It's already failing. Another hour, maybe 2, and it will shatter completely. We need to disrupt the ritual now, even if it costs us." Strider had been surveying the battlefield with a ranger's tactical eye. "The cultists are concentrated at the seal itself, but their defenders are spread around the perimeter. If we can break through at one point, create a gap, we might be able to reach the seal before they can reposition to stop us." "And once we reach the seal?" Faramir asked. What then? Do we kill the cultists performing the ritual? Try to reverse or disrupt their magic? Hope that Dorothy can negotiate with whatever is imprisoned like she did with Thuringwall? All eyes turned to Dorothy, and she felt the weight of expectation. They were looking to her for answers she didn't have, solutions she wasn't sure existed. I don't know, she admitted. I can try to communicate with the Eternal Frost, offer it the same choice I offered Thuringwall. But Gandalf warned me that this entity might not have the capacity to understand such concepts. It might be too alien, too fundamental a force to negotiate with. Then we have no guaranteed solution, Gimli said bluntly. We're charging into battle with no clear plan for victory. That's either the height of courage or the depth of foolishness. Sometimes both. Alfharin, who had been silent throughout this discussion, suddenly released a sharp bark. The wolf was staring at the battlefield, his body tense, ears forward. Through their bond, Dorothy felt him communicating something urgent. Wait, something is wrong. This is too easy. What is it? Gandalf asked, recognizing that the guardian spirit had sensed something the others had missed. What do you perceive? Before anyone could answer, the trap was sprung. The dead forest around them erupted with movement. From concealment in the skeletal trees, from beneath the gray snow, from hiding places that should have been impossible to use, cult warriors emerged. Dozens of them, perhaps 50 or more. They had been waiting, letting the company approach, preparing to surround and overwhelm them. Ambush! Strider shouted, drawing his sword. They knew we were coming. They planned for this. Of course they had. The cult wasn't stupid. They had known that their assault on the seal would draw defenders, so they had prepared a counter-ambush, turning the hunters into the hunted. The cultists attacked from all sides simultaneously, pressing in with coordinated efficiency that spoke of training and discipline. These weren't the desperate fanatics from Karak Varn or the Whispering Woods. These were professional soldiers, fighting for a cause they believed in with the skill of career warriors. The company's formation collapsed immediately, each person forced to defend themselves against multiple attackers. Boromir and Faramir fought back to back, their swords moving in perfect coordination born of years fighting together. Gimli's axe sang as it cleaved through cult warriors with brutal efficiency. The elven warriors moved like dancers, their blades finding targets with precision that bordered on precognitive. But they were still outnumbered, still surrounded, still being pressed back toward defeat. Dorothy drew her own blade. A simple knife meant more for cutting medicinal herbs than combat, and tried to defend herself against a cult warrior who saw her as an easy target. She managed to deflect his first strike through pure luck, but his second would have gutted her if Alfharin hadn't intervened. The wolf crashed into the cultist with the force of an avalanche, jaws closing on the man's sword arm and bearing him to the ground. But immediately 2 more cultists moved to attack the wolf, recognizing him as a significant threat. Alfharin fought like a storm given form, all teeth and claws and impossible speed. But even guardian spirits have limits, and the wolf was being pressed hard by multiple opponents working in coordination. Through their bond, Dorothy felt Alpharin's pain as a sword found his flank, felt his fury as another blade slashed across his shoulder. The wolf was wounded, bleeding, being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Gandalf! Dorothy screamed over the chaos. Alfharin can't hold them alone. We need... She didn't get to finish the sentence. A cult warrior broke through Strider's defense and lunged at Gandalf, blade aimed at the wizard's heart. Gandalf deflected the strike with his staff, but the impact threw him off balance. More cultists pressed in, sensing vulnerability, seeking to bring down the most powerful opponent first. Alfharin saw this, saw Gandalf, the one person in this company who had shown the wolf consistent respect and understanding, who had recognized him as more than just an animal, in danger. The wolf didn't hesitate. He abandoned his own fight, leaving himself open to attack, and charged across the battlefield toward Gandalf. Cultist blades struck him as he ran. Dorothy felt each hit through their bond, felt the wolf's pain and determination in equal measure. But Alfharin didn't stop, couldn't stop. Protecting was his nature, his purpose, his very essence. He reached Gandalf just as 3 cultists attacked simultaneously from different angles. The wizard couldn't block all 3, would have died right there on the frozen ground of this terrible place. But Alfharin interposed himself between the attackers and his friend. One sword meant for Gandalf's throat struck the wolf's shoulder instead. Another, aimed at the wizard's chest, buried itself in Alfharin's side. The third, a downward strike that would have split Gandalf's skull, was caught in the wolf's jaws as Alfharin lunged upward, accepting terrible injury to his mouth and throat to prevent the blow from landing. The wolf collapsed, grievously wounded, but he had bought Gandalf crucial seconds. The wizard used them. He struck the ground with his staff and spoke a word that made reality itself shudder. White light exploded outward in a concentric ring, hurling cultists backward, creating a momentary space of safety. "Alfharin!" Gandalf dropped to his knees beside the fallen wolf, his hands already moving in healing gestures. "You fool of a wolf, you brave, stupid, magnificent fool. Why did you—" But Gandalf knew why. The bond between wizard and guardian spirit, though newer and less deep than the one between Dorothy and Alfharin, was still real, still meaningful. Alfharin had saved him because that's what guardians did. They protected, even at cost to themselves. "Dorothy!" Gandalf shouted. "I need you! Alfharin is—" Dorothy was already moving, fighting her way through the chaos toward where Gandalf knelt with the fallen wolf. Cultists tried to stop her, but something in her face, some combination of terror and fury and absolute determination, made them hesitate just long enough for her to pass. She dropped beside Alfharin and immediately began assessing the damage. It was bad, very bad. Multiple deep wounds, massive blood loss, possible internal injuries. The wolf's breathing was shallow and irregular, his eyes dim. Through their bond, Dorothy felt Alpharin's consciousness fading. Not dying, not yet, but retreating deep within, pulling back into whatever space guardian spirits went when their physical forms were too damaged to sustain them. "No," Dorothy said fiercely. "No, you don't get to leave. Not now, not like this. We still have work to do. The seal is still breaking. The eternal frost is still waking. I need you, do you understand? I need you here with me." She poured healing magic into the wolf, more than she had ever channeled before, drawing on reserves she didn't know she possessed. Golden light surrounded Alfharin, seeping into his wounds, knitting torn flesh, replacing lost blood. But it wasn't enough. The injuries were too severe, the damage too extensive. Dorothy could keep him alive, barely, but she couldn't heal him completely. Not here, not now, not while also defending against cultists who had recognized that the wizard and healer were vulnerable. "Gandalf," she said, her voice tight with strain, "I can stabilize him, but I can't heal him fully, not while we're fighting. I need—" "Time," Gandalf finished. "You need time and safety, which means we need to end this battle. Now." The wizard stood, and something in his bearing changed. He no longer looked like a tired old man leaning on a staff for support. He looked like what he truly was, a Maiar, an angelic being who had walked Middle-earth since its shaping, whose power was limited only by his choice to take mortal form. "Enough!" Gandalf's voice rolled across the battlefield like thunder, His staff blazed with light that made the pale sun look dim by comparison. "You assault an ancient seal. You defile the dead. You wound a guardian spirit who has done nothing but protect and serve. These crimes have earned you one chance, one single opportunity to cease your madness and surrender. Refuse and face the consequences." For a moment, the entire battlefield went still. Cultists and defenders alike froze, stunned by the sheer presence the wizard was projecting. Then, from the ritual circle at the seal's base, a voice responded, "We do not surrender to servants of a dying age, Mithrandir. Your time is past. The age of seals and prisons ends today. The eternal frost will wake, and it will teach the world that winter is eternal, that all warmth is temporary illusion, that cold and death are the only constants." "Then you have chosen," Gandalf said quietly. What happened next would be discussed in bardic songs for generations. Gandalf turned to Dorothy, who still knelt beside Alfharin. "Can he walk? Can he carry me if I lighten his burden through magic?" Dorothy looked at the wolf, assessed his condition through their bond, and felt Alpharin's response. "I can. For you. For Gandalf. I can do this." "Yes," Dorothy said, "he can. But why?" "Because we need to reach the seal," Gandalf said, already moving. "We need to break through their lines, and we need to do it quickly. And there is no force on this battlefield that can stop a guardian spirit wolf and a determined wizard working in perfect unity." He placed one hand on Alpharin's head, and the wolf's wounds, though not healed, stopped bleeding. The pain receded enough that the wolf could function, and somehow, Gandalf's own weight seemed to lessen, as if he had temporarily shed the burden of physical form. "Can you bear me, my friend?" Gandalf asked the wolf. "Can you carry me one more time?" Alpharin's answer was to stand, shakily, painfully, but deliberately. The wolf lowered himself enough that Gandalf could mount, and Dorothy helped boost the wizard onto the guardian spirit's back. The sight was bizarre and magnificent. An ancient wizard riding a massive silver-gray wolf like a cavalry officer on a war horse. But there was nothing ridiculous about it. This was power and purpose made manifest. This was what happened when two beings of supernatural nature chose to work as one. "For the North," Gandalf shouted, raising his staff high. "For the living, for all those who would see tomorrow's dawn. Charge!" Alfharin launched forward, and despite his wounds, despite the cultists in his path, despite the frozen ground and treacherous footing, he charged, not with the mindless aggression of a maddened beast, but with calculated fury of a guardian protecting what was precious. The wolf was a blur of silver and white, moving with speed that shouldn't have been possible given his injuries. Gandalf rode him like they had been partners for years rather than weeks, the wizard's staff spinning in complex patterns, deflecting attacks, striking down cultists who stood in their path. They hit the cultist line like an avalanche, unstoppable, overwhelming, terrible in their synchronized purpose. Cult warriors tried to stand against them and were simply bowled over or scattered. Summoned creatures attempted to block the path and were banished by Gandalf's magic or torn apart by Alpharin's jaws. The company, seeing their opening, rallied and pushed forward in the wake of wizard and wolf. Boromir's war cry rang out, and suddenly the defenders were advancing rather than just surviving, pressing the cultists back, reclaiming initiative. Alfharin reached the edge of the ritual circle, and Gandalf spoke a word of unbinding. The magical barrier the cultists had erected around the seal flickered and failed, unable to withstand the combined assault of guardian spirit essence and angelic power. They were through. They were at the seal itself, and before them stood the cultist leader, the one who had spoken earlier, who had rejected mercy. He was older than most cultists Dorothy had encountered, perhaps 60 or 70, with a face marked by ritual scars and eyes that burned with fanatical certainty. In his hands he held a staff similar to Gandalf's, but made from black ice that never melted. "You're too late," the cultist leader said, and despite his defiance there was sadness in his voice. "The ritual is complete, the seal is broken, the eternal frost wakes, and nothing, not you, not your wolf, not all the power of the dying age, can prevent what comes next." As if to confirm his words, the seal shattered. Not cracked, not damaged, shattered. One moment it stood intact, despite the cracks. The next, it exploded outward in a shower of crystalline fragments that sparkled in the pale light before disappearing like melting snow. And from where the seal had been, from the darkness that had been imprisoned beneath it, came the cold. Not weather cold, not winter cold. The cold, capital C. The essential absence of heat, of movement, of life itself. The cold that had existed before the world was warm, that would exist after all fires burned out, that was patient and eternal and absolutely without mercy or malice. It simply was, and where it existed, nothing else could. The eternal frost was free. The manifestation of the eternal frost was not what Dorothy expected. She had imagined, to the extent she had imagined anything, that it would be some kind of creature or entity, something with form and presence that could be seen and understood. Instead, what emerged from beneath the shattered seal was more like anti-presence, a void in reality, a space where the normal rules of existence simply ceased to apply. Where the eternal frost touched, things didn't freeze in the normal sense. They stopped. Stopped moving, stopped breathing, stopped existing in any meaningful way. They became static, unchanging, eternal in the worst possible sense. The cultist leader, who had been standing closest to the seal, was the first to be touched by this anti-presence. He didn't even have time to scream. One moment he stood upright, staff raised in triumph. The next, he was a statue. Not ice, not stone, but something worse. His body had been transformed into a crystalline mockery of itself, frozen in that moment of victory, aware but unable to move, think, or die, a prisoner in his own body forever. "Back!" Gandalf shouted, and Alfharin needed no urging. The wolf leaped away from the expanding zone of absolute cold, carrying the wizard to relative safety as the eternal frost spread outward from where the seal had been. Other cultists, those who had been performing the ritual, met the same fate as their leader. One by one they were touched by the cold and transformed into living statues, their faces frozen in expressions of horror as they realized their terrible mistake. They had believed they could control this force, use it for their purposes. They had been catastrophically wrong. The eternal frost didn't distinguish between cult and defender. It spread in all directions without thought or intention, simply expanding into available space like water flowing downhill. Elven warriors who had been fighting cultists suddenly found themselves running for their lives, abandoning combat to flee the greater threat. "Everyone retreat," Thranduil's command rang out. "Fall back to the forest edge. Nothing can stop this. We need to evacuate the entire region." But Gandalf wasn't retreating. Despite the danger, despite the absolute cold creeping closer with each passing second, the wizard had dismounted from Alfharin and now stood at the edge of the expanding frost, his staff planted in the frozen ground, his eyes closed in concentration. "Gandalf, what are you doing?" Strider shouted, grabbing the wizard's arm. "We need to go, now!" "No," Gandalf said, his voice distant, abstracted. He was perceiving something the others couldn't see, working with magic on a level beyond mortal comprehension. "No, we don't run. If we run, this spreads unchecked. It will consume the north, then the south, then everything. Within a decade, all of Middle-earth will be frozen, static, dead. We stop it here, or we don't stop it at all." "How?" Dorothy demanded, having reached Gandalf's position with Alfharin limping beside her. "You said yourself that this isn't like Thuringwall. It's not a person who can be reasoned with. It's a force of nature. How do you negotiate with winter itself?" "You don't negotiate," Gandalf said, his eyes still closed. "You redirect. The eternal frost isn't evil. It's not anything except what it is. Pure entropy, pure ending. But endings have their place. Death has its season. Cold has its time. The ancient mages who created the seal understood this. They didn't try to destroy the eternal frost because you can't destroy a fundamental force. They imprisoned it because its time had passed, because the age of eternal winter had ended, and something new, something warm and living, had begun. Then what do we do? Elrond had joined them, his face showing the strain of maintaining protective wards that kept the frost at bay. If we can't destroy it and can't imprison it, what option remains? "We give it what it wants," Dorothy said suddenly, understanding dawning. "Or rather, we help it understand what it wants. Gandalf, when I spoke to Thuringwall, he accepted release because he understood that what he had become, that eternal hunger, was worse than ending. Is the eternal frost the same? Is it trapped in its own nature, unable to move forward or change, doomed to simply exist forever spreading cold?" Gandalf's eyes opened, and he looked at Dorothy with something approaching wonder. Yes, that's it exactly. The eternal frost is trapped in stasis, just as surely as Thuringwall was trapped in his seal. It can't evolve, can't change, can't end. It simply is eternally, and perhaps— He turned to face the expanding cold. Perhaps it's tired of existing that way. Perhaps it wants an ending too. "How do we give it one?" Strider asked. "How do you kill cold itself?" "You don't kill it," Gandalf said. "You transform it. Change its essential nature from eternal stasis to natural cycle. Make it part of the turning year, rather than something outside time. Integrate it into the world's patterns so that it has its season, winter, but then releases and allows spring to follow." "Can that be done?" Celebrian asked, doubt clear in her melodic voice. "I don't know," Gandalf admitted. "It's never been attempted. But the alternative is watching the eternal frost consume everything, so we have to try." Dorothy stepped forward, moving past Elrond's protective wards, approaching the edge of the expanding cold. She could feel it pulling at her, not physically, but spiritually. The cold wanted to embrace her, to make her still and quiet and unchanging forever. It promised peace, freedom from struggle, an end to pain and doubt and fear. It was seductive in its own way, terrifying but seductive. "Eternal frost," Dorothy said, speaking to the anti-presence. Not sure if it could hear or understand, but compelled to try anyway. "Can you hear me? Can you understand? You're free now, released from your prison. But freedom to spread forever. Is that really what you want? Is that fulfilling, meaningful? Or is it just another kind of imprisonment?" The cold paused, just for a moment, just long enough that Dorothy hoped that something had registered. She pressed on. "You are winter, essential, necessary winter. But winter is only beautiful, only meaningful, because it ends, because it gives way to spring, because it's part of a cycle rather than an eternal state. That's what you lost when you were sealed away. Your place in the natural order, your role in the turning seasons. Let us restore that. Let us give you back your purpose." The eternal frost expanded again, and for a terrible moment Dorothy thought she had failed, thought the entity either couldn't understand or didn't care. Then Alfharin stepped forward, The wolf, still wounded and bleeding from his earlier sacrifice to save Gandalf, walked directly toward the spreading cold. Dorothy tried to stop him, tried to pull him back, but Alfharin was a guardian spirit. He understood things about the natural world that mortals, even long-lived mortals like Dorothy, could never fully grasp. The wolf stopped at the very edge of the eternal frost's expansion and lowered his head. Then he began to howl. It wasn't a cry of aggression or warning. It was something deeper, a song of seasons, a melody of natural cycles, a harmony of life and death and rebirth. The howl spoke of spring giving way to summer, summer yielding to autumn, autumn surrendering to winter, and winter, finally, mercifully, releasing its grip so that spring could return. It was the oldest song, the deepest truth. Everything changes, everything passes, everything eventually must let go and allow the next thing to begin. The eternal frost listened. Dorothy could feel it, feel the ancient vast consciousness behind the cold considering Alfharin's song, weighing it, measuring it against its own nature. And then, impossibly, the cold spoke, not in words, not in any language that had syntax or grammar, but in concepts that bypassed language entirely and communicated directly to the mind. Cycle, change, release, I remember. Before the ceiling, before the endless static, I was part of the turning year. I had my season, my time, my purpose, and then stasis, eternal, unchanging, trapped in being myself forever, without rest or release. Yes, Dorothy said, tears freezing on her cheeks from proximity to the cold. Yes, that's exactly what happened to you. The mages who sealed you meant well, but they trapped you in your own nature, made you eternal when you were meant to be temporary, turned you from a season into a prison. Prison, yes, like Thuringwool. Imprisoned, but my prison was being myself forever, never allowed to end, to rest, to change into something new. And you offer release, transformation, the return to cycle? Yes, Gandalf said, moving to stand beside Dorothy despite the danger. We offer you your place in the natural order, winter when winter is needed, rest when rest is called for, but not eternal winter, not endless cold. Just your season, honored and necessary and temporary. For a long moment, nothing happened. The eternal frost hung suspended between choices. Continue spreading, consuming everything, existing forever in lonely isolation, or accept transformation, limitation, integration into something larger than itself. Then the cold began to recede, not retreating exactly, more like condensing, gathering itself together, pulling back from its expansion, concentrating into a smaller, more defined space. The cultists who had been frozen remained that way. Their transformation was permanent, a testament to their hubris. But the advancing edge of absolute cold stopped growing and began to shrink. It's working, Elrond breathed. By all the Valar, it's actually working. Don't celebrate yet, Gandalf cautioned. We've convinced it to consider transformation, but we haven't actually achieved it. We need to give the eternal frost a new form, a new way of being that allows it to exist as part of the cycle rather than separate from it. How? Dorothy asked. By creating a new seal, Gandalf said. But not like the old one. Not a prison, but a home. A place where winter can rest when its season passes, where it can sleep until needed again. The cold will still exist, will still emerge each year, but it will be bounded, limited, part of the turning rather than opposed to it. That's going to require massive amounts of power, Celebrian said, already beginning calculations. The kind of magic that hasn't been worked since the First Age. We'd need everyone, Gandalf interrupted. "We need everyone. Every person here, every scrap of power they can contribute. Elven magic, human will, dwarf craft, and—" He looked at Alfharin. "The blessing of the guardian spirits. Can you call your pack, my friend? Can you bring your kin to witness and support this working?" Alpharin's response was immediate. The wolf threw his head back and howled again. But this was different from the Song of Seasons. This was a summons, a call to kin, a request for aid. And from the dead forest around them, answering howls echoed back. Dozens of them, scores. The wolf packs of the north, responding to one of their own guardian born. Within minutes, wolves began appearing at the clearing's edge, not guardian spirits like Alfharin, but normal wolves who nonetheless carried within them a spark of the same wild divinity. They formed a circle around the working area, sitting on their haunches, watching with eyes that reflected understanding beyond animal intelligence. "Now," Gandalf said, "everyone join hands. Form a circle around where the seal was. We're going to sing the eternal frost a new home, give it a place to rest, a function to serve, a reason to exist that doesn't require consuming everything." They formed the circle: humans, elves, a dwarf, wolves, and one battered guardian spirit. Dorothy stood between Strider and Celebrian, her hands clasped with theirs, feeling their energy flow through the connection. Alfharin stood before her, part of the circle but also separate, a bridge between human and wild. Gandalf began to sing. It was not in any language Dorothy knew, perhaps not in any language that currently existed. The words seemed to come from before language, from the time when the world was young and magic was not something you did but something you were. One by one, the others joined in, not with words. Most didn't know the language Gandalf was using, but with sound, with harmonics, with the pure expression of will and intention. The song was about boundaries and freedom, about structure and wildness, about how limits are sometimes liberation rather than imprisonment. It spoke of winter's beauty and necessity, of how death feeds life, of how cold preserves what warmth would let decay. And slowly, from the frozen ground where the old seal had stood, something new began to grow. It wasn't stone or ice or any physical material. It was more like crystallized concept. The idea of seasonal change made manifest, a structure that existed partly in the physical world and partly in the realm of pure meaning. The eternal frost flowed into this new construct, not trapped, but welcomed, not imprisoned, but housed. The cold became part of the structure, integrated into its very essence, and in doing so became something new, something that could exist as winter without needing to be eternal. The singing continued for hours, or perhaps minutes. Time felt strange, negotiable during such a working. Dorothy's voice grew hoarse, her hands ached from gripping her neighbor's, her whole body trembled with exhaustion. But she didn't stop. None of them stopped. This was too important, too necessary. Finally, as the sun was setting, or rising, Dorothy had lost track. The new seal completed itself. Where the old prison had stood now existed something that was part monument, part gateway, part promise. The eternal frost resided within it, not trapped, but resting, sleeping, waiting for winter to come around again in the natural cycle. And somehow, impossibly, Dorothy felt the cold's gratitude. It had been given what Thringwool had been given, release from eternal imprisonment, transformation into something better, a way to be itself without being only itself forever. The singing stopped. The circle broke. People collapsed where they stood, utterly spent. Gandalf remained upright, leaning heavily on his staff, looking at what they had created. It worked, he said, wonder in his voice. We actually did it. We transformed a force of nature into an aspect of the seasonal cycle. That's unprecedented. The ancient mages at the height of their power never accomplished anything comparable. Will it hold? Thranduil asked, having observed the entire working from the clearing's edge. Will the eternal frost remain contained within the new seal? It's not contained, Dorothy corrected, still too exhausted to stand. It's integrated. There's a difference. The eternal frost will emerge every year when winter comes, will spread cold and snow and ice as it's meant to do. But when spring arrives, it will return to the seal voluntarily, not because it's forced to, but because that's now part of its nature, part of the cycle. And if it doesn't return? Gimli asked. If it decides it prefers freedom to limitation? Then we'll deal with that when it happens, Gandalf said. But I don't think it will. We didn't just create a seal, we gave the eternal frost purpose, meaning a role to play in something larger than itself. That's what it was missing all along. Not freedom, but function. Alfharin limped over to Dorothy and collapsed beside her, finally allowing his wounds to overcome his determination. The wolf had given everything, first to save Gandalf, then to communicate with the eternal frost, then to help power the great working. Now there was nothing left to give. Dorothy immediately began healing him again, proper healing this time, not battlefield stabilization. She poured her remaining energy into closing wounds, mending torn flesh, restoring strength. It would take days, maybe weeks, before Alfharin was fully recovered. But he would recover. That was what mattered. You saved us all, she whispered to the wolf. You and your song. Without you, the eternal frost wouldn't have understood what we were offering. You bridged the gap between human thought and nature's reality. Alfharin made a soft sound that might have been acknowledgement or might have been the simple contentment of knowing he had done well. Through their bond, Dorothy felt the wolf's satisfaction. Not pride exactly, but the deep fulfillment that comes from serving one's purpose perfectly. Around them, the battlefield slowly returned to something resembling normal. The frozen cultists, those transformed by the eternal frost's initial emergence, remained as they were. There was no way to reverse what had been done to them. They would stand as eternal warnings, as monuments to the danger of seeking to control forces beyond mortal understanding. The elven warriors began organizing cleanup and recovery. Bodies of the fallen, both cultist and defender, were gathered respectfully. The wounded were tended. Supplies were inventoried. The practical business of aftermath. Gandalf settled beside Dorothy, groaning slightly as his aged body protested the movement. Well, he said, that was dramatic. Dorothy laughed, couldn't help herself. After everything they had just endured, the understated comment was perfect. Dramatic, she agreed. That's one word for it. You did well, Gandalf said seriously. Both of you. Without your healing, Alfharin would have died. Without Alfharin's song, we couldn't have communicated with the eternal frost. Without communication, we couldn't have achieved transformation. Every link in the chain mattered. Every person played their role. That's what makes this company work. Not individual heroism, but collective effort toward shared purpose. What happens now? Dorothy asked. Is this the end? Have we stopped the cult's plans? Gandalf's expression turned grim. We've stopped this plan, but the cult is larger than any single operation. There are still cells out there, still groups pursuing their goals. This was a victory, yes, but not the final one. The war continues. Then we continue with it, Dorothy said, surprised by her own certainty. We keep fighting. Keep finding better solutions. Keep choosing mercy over violence when mercy is possible. Because if we don't, if we give up or give in, then all of this was for nothing. Spoken like a true hero, Gandalf said with a tired smile. Though I suspect you'd reject that label. Heroes are for stories, Dorothy said. We're just people trying to do the right thing in difficult circumstances. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we fail, but we keep trying. That's all anyone can do. Alfharin stirred, lifting his head to look at both of them. The wolf's eyes were clearer now, some strength returning as Dorothy's healing took effect. Through their bond, she felt his agreement. Keep trying, keep fighting, keep protecting. That's what guardians do. That's what we all do. As night fell over the northern wastes, a natural night now, not the eternal cold that had threatened, the company gathered around fires and shared food and stories. They had won, but the victory felt less like triumph and more like survival. They had prevented catastrophe, but at significant cost. Tomorrow they would begin the journey back to civilization, would report on what had happened here, share their knowledge, prepare for the next crisis. But tonight, they simply existed, rested, allowed themselves to feel the relief of being alive, of having succeeded, of having transformed horror into something bearable. Dorothy sat with Alpharin's head in her lap, absently stroking the wolf's fur, watching the firelight dance and flicker. Around her, her companions, these people she had fought beside, bled beside, nearly died beside, talked quietly, their voices carrying warmth and life into the cold northern night. They had transformed the eternal frost from force of destruction into aspect of natural cycle, had given it purpose and meaning and a place in the turning year. Perhaps, Dorothy thought, they had done the same for themselves, found purpose in chaos, created meaning from horror, transformed from random individuals into something cohesive, something that mattered. They were a company now, not just people working together, but something more, something that would endure beyond this single crisis, would face whatever came next with shared strength and purpose. She didn't know what the future held. More battles, certainly. More difficult choices. More moments where the right path wasn't clear and the best they could do was choose the least harmful option. But they would face those challenges together, with compassion when possible, with strength when necessary, and with the constant determination to find better solutions than the obvious ones. Because that's what heroes did. Even heroes who rejected the label. The journey back from the northern wastes took longer than the journey out, not because the distance was greater, but because they carried wounded and moved cautiously through terrain that had been transformed by the eternal frost's brief freedom. The frozen cultists remained where they had fallen, crystalline statues that served as grim landmarks. Thranduil had ordered them left undisturbed, both as warnings and because no one knew how to safely move them without risking that they might shatter or, worse, that disturbing them might somehow reactivate the corruption they had unleashed. Alfharin recovered slowly. Dorothy's healing had closed his wounds and stopped the bleeding, but the injuries had been severe. Not just physical damage, but spiritual trauma from being touched by forces that should never have contact with living things. The wolf walked with a pronounced limp for the first few days, and Dorothy could feel through their bond that he was in constant low-level pain despite her best efforts. But he never complained, never slowed the company more than necessary. Guardian spirits, it seemed, had remarkable resilience, or perhaps just remarkable stubbornness. They were 3 days out from the northern seal when the summons came. It wasn't delivered by messenger or letter. Instead, Dorothy simply woke one morning to find the forest around their camp had changed. The trees, which had been the normal mixed woodland of the region, had transformed overnight into something older, more deliberate. Ancient oaks and ash trees now surrounded them, their branches interweaving overhead to form a living roof, and carved into the bark of the nearest tree, in script that seemed to write itself as she watched, was a message. The Green Warden calls the company that transformed winter. Come to the heart of the old forest. Justice and judgment await. That's not ominous at all, Strider muttered when he saw the message. Justice and judgment. Why does it never say rewards and gratitude await? Because the ancient powers don't think like that, Elrond explained. He had been studying the message with an expression that mixed respect and concern. The Green Warden is older than my people, older than most things that still walk Middle-earth. It is the voice of the forests themselves, the living embodiment of wild nature. If it's calling us, we have no choice but to answer. What does it want? Dorothy asked. We helped save the North from eternal winter. Shouldn't it be pleased with us? Ancient powers don't think in terms of pleased or displeased, Gandalf said. He had been smoking his pipe, apparently unsurprised by the summons. They think in terms of balance and consequence. We transformed the eternal frost, yes, but in doing so we changed fundamental forces of nature. The Green Warden may want to assess whether what we did maintains balance or disrupts it further. Whether we're stewards of the natural order or simply well-intentioned meddlers who might cause more problems than we solved. So we're on trial, Boromir said flatly. Fantastic. I love being judged by incomprehensible forest spirits. Better to be judged than ignored, Gandalf replied. If the Green Warden had no interest in us, that would mean either we were beneath notice, which would be insulting, or that we had so thoroughly violated natural law that we were beyond redemption and would simply be eliminated. Being called to judgment means we have standing to plead our case. That's not as reassuring as you seem to think it is, Faramir observed. Nevertheless, they had no real choice. When powers like the Green Warden issued summons, you answered, or you faced consequences that made judgment seem merciful by comparison. The forest guided them. That was the only way Dorothy could describe it. The trees seemed to lean in specific directions, creating clear paths where none had existed moments before. Streams that should have been obstacles instead provided stepping stones that appeared exactly when needed. Even Alfharin, whose supernatural senses usually gave him an edge in navigation, seemed to be following the forest's direction rather than his own instincts. They traveled for 2 days through increasingly ancient woodland. The trees grew larger and more twisted, their bark covered with moss and lichen that looked like runic script in languages no living person knew. The undergrowth became denser, but always parted to let them pass. Birds sang in patterns that seemed almost like words, and deer watched from the shadows with eyes that held too much intelligence. We're entering the oldest places, Celebrian said quietly. The parts of the forest that have never been cut, never been burned, never been touched by human hands. These woods existed before the First Age, before the elves awoke, before the moon and sun were set in the sky. How is that possible? Dorothy asked. Everything has a beginning. Not these forests, Elrond replied. Or if they do, their beginning was so long ago that even our longest memories don't reach it. They simply are, eternal as mountains, patient as stone. On the 3rd day, they reached the heart of the old forest. It was not what Dorothy expected. She had imagined perhaps a great tree, or a mystical clearing, or some kind of shrine. Instead, they found themselves in a shallow valley filled with standing stones. massive megaliths arranged in complex patterns that suggested astronomical significance or magical purpose, or both. The stones were covered in carvings, but the symbols were so worn by weather and time that they were barely visible. In the center of the stone circle stood a figure. It was tall, perhaps 12 feet, and appeared to be made entirely from living wood and foliage. Its form was roughly humanoid, but clearly not human. Too tall, proportions slightly wrong, face more suggestion than feature. Vines grew from its shoulders like hair, and where its eyes should be were hollows filled with soft green light. When it moved, the sound was like wind through branches, like roots cracking stone, like the slow, patient growth of forests reclaiming abandoned land. This was the Green Warden. "You have come," it said, its voice layered with harmonics that suggested multiple speakers. "The ones who changed winter, the ones who transformed eternal into temporal. You have disturbed the deep patterns. Speak now and justify what you have done." The company stood silent for a moment, each waiting for someone else to speak first. Finally, Gandalf stepped forward, leaning on his staff, looking small and old before the Warden's majesty. "We acted to prevent catastrophe," the wizard said. "The eternal frost had been freed from imprisonment and was spreading without limit. If we had done nothing, it would have consumed the north, then spread southward, eventually freezing all of Middle-earth. We would all be dead, humans, elves, dwarves, and yes, even the ancient forests. So we chose transformation over destruction, integration over elimination. We gave the eternal frost a place in the natural cycle, rather than allowing it to exist outside and opposed to that cycle." "You interfered," the Green Warden said. "Mortals always interfere, always believing they know better than the deep patterns, better than the slow wisdom of ages. The eternal frost was sealed for reasons. Those reasons have not changed." "The reasons were flawed," Dorothy said, surprised to hear her own voice speaking up. "The eternal frost was sealed because the ancient mages couldn't destroy it and didn't know what else to do with it. So they imprisoned it, locked it away, and hoped future generations wouldn't have to deal with it. That's not wisdom. That's postponement. Pushing a problem onto others rather than solving it." The Green Warden turned its attention to her, and Dorothy felt the weight of that gaze like physical pressure. This entity could destroy her with a thought, could transform her into a tree or a stone, or simply unmake her existence. But she stood her ground. Alfharin pressed reassuringly against her leg. "You speak boldly, small healer," the Warden said. "You judge the ancient mages harshly. Yet you are not immortal, not wise with ages. What makes you think your solution is superior to theirs?" "Because it addresses the underlying problem instead of just containing it," Dorothy replied. "The ancient mages treated the eternal frost as an enemy to be defeated. We treated it as a force that had lost its place and needed to be reconnected to the natural order. We didn't imprison it. We gave it a home. We didn't try to eliminate winter. We helped winter remember its purpose. That's not interference. That's healing." The Green Warden was silent for a long moment. Then it said, "You compare what you did to healing. Interesting. Tell me, healer, when you mend a broken bone, do you ask the bone's permission? When you set a dislocated joint, do you negotiate with the body? Or do you simply impose your will, forcing flesh and bone to conform to your idea of wholeness?" Dorothy opened her mouth to respond, then stopped. It was a good question, a difficult question, one she wasn't sure she had a good answer for. I try to work with the body," she said finally. "Try to facilitate natural healing rather than forcing it. But you're right. There are times when I have to impose, have to act against immediate resistance for long-term benefit. A patient screaming from pain during bone setting doesn't thank me in the moment, but they thank me when they can walk again. Is that interference, Or is that understanding a larger pattern that the patient can't see from their position? And you claim to understand the larger pattern? The warden asked. You, who have lived perhaps 3 decades? You understand the patterns better than I, who have existed since before your ancestors learned to make fire? No, Dorothy admitted. I don't understand the patterns better than you, but I understood the eternal frost's pain. I recognized that it was trapped, suffering, locked in an eternal present without rest or release. And I knew that suffering, no matter how ancient, no matter how powerful the being experiencing it, should be addressed rather than ignored. That's not arrogance. That's compassion. Alfharin released a soft bark, agreement and support. The wolf moved to stand fully beside Dorothy, his body language making clear, "She speaks for me too, for both of us." The Green Warden's attention shifted to the wolf, and something in its posture changed. "Guardian-born," it said, and there was respect in its tone now. "You were there. You sang the song of seasons, reminded the eternal frost of what it had been before imprisonment twisted its nature. Was this healing, as your companion claims, or interference?" Alfharin's response was another song, shorter than the one he had sung to the eternal frost, but no less profound. It spoke of the difference between control and facilitation, between domination and cooperation. It asked, "Is it interference to remove a dam that's blocking a river's natural flow? Is it meddling to pull a trapped animal from a snare? Is it wrong to offer freedom to something that has been imprisoned unjustly?" The Green Warden listened to the wolf's song with what might have been approval. Then it turned its attention back to the full company. "You acted without permission," it said, "without consulting the old powers, without understanding all the consequences of what you did. These are serious transgressions. The natural order cannot be maintained if everyone who thinks themselves clever begins transforming fundamental forces according to their own judgment." "Then what should we have done?" Boromir demanded, frustration clear in his voice. "Let the eternal frost consume everything? Stand by and watch while eternal winter destroyed all life? We're not perfect. We don't claim to be, but we made the best choice available given the circumstances. If that's a crime, then execute us and be done with it. But don't pretend that inaction would have been superior to what we actually did." The Green Warden was silent again, a silence that stretched so long that Dorothy began to wonder if they had somehow offended it beyond forgiveness. The standing stones around them seemed to lean inward, as if the ancient megaliths themselves were participating in the judgment. Then the warden spoke. "You are correct. Inaction would not have been superior. The eternal frost unleashed would have violated the natural order far more severely than your transformation of it did. You chose the lesser harm, which is often the most that mortals can achieve." "So we're forgiven?" Strider asked cautiously. "No," the warden replied. "You are not forgiven, because forgiveness implies wrongdoing. You are instead acknowledged. What you did was necessary, was skillful, and despite your lack of permission, was ultimately beneficial to the maintenance of balance. But," and here its voice took on an edge, "it cannot become precedent. You cannot go forth believing that you may transform any force of nature that seems problematic. Cannot assume that your judgment is sufficient to alter fundamental patterns." "We don't assume that," Gandalf said. "What we did at the Northern Seal was emergency response, not standard procedure. We understand the difference. Do you?" The Green Warden moved closer, and Dorothy could smell it now. Rich earth and growing things, the scent of deep forests untouched by any axe. "Then prove it. There are other seals, other imprisoned forces. Some of them, like the eternal frost, might benefit from transformation. Others should remain exactly as they are. Can you tell the difference? Can you exercise the judgment you claim to possess? Not always, Dorothy admitted. Not without help, without advice from those wiser and more experienced than us. That's why we're here. Why we answered your summons. We're not claiming to be perfect or all-knowing. We're just trying to do better than the obvious violent solution, and we need guidance from powers like you to know when transformation is appropriate and when imprisonment is necessary. The Green Warden studied her for a long moment. Then it did something unexpected. It laughed. The sound was like wind through autumn leaves, like rain on ancient stones, like the slow cracking of ice at winter's end. Wisdom, it said, from one so young. You admit ignorance while claiming good intention. You acknowledge limitation while asserting purpose. Very well. Here is my judgment. You may continue your work, may investigate other seals, may seek to transform what can be transformed and strengthen what must remain imprisoned. But it raised one wooden hand in warning. You will report to me. Before any major transformation, before any fundamental alteration of imprisoned forces, you will come here and present your reasoning. Allow me to assess whether what you plan maintains balance or disrupts it. Can you accept this limitation? Gandalf looked at the others, silently polling their opinion. One by one, they nodded. Having an ancient power as an advisor was far preferable to acting in isolation and hoping for the best. We accept, Gandalf said formally, and we thank you for your guidance. We would far rather work with the old powers than against them. Good, the Green Warden said, because working against us would end badly for you. We have patience measured in centuries, power accumulated over eons. We do not fight as mortals fight, quickly, decisively. We fight as forests fight, slowly, inexorably, until eventually nothing remains of what opposed us but memory and regret. A terrifying thought, Gimli muttered. It is meant to be, the Warden replied, somehow hearing the dwarf's quiet comment. Mortals need reminders occasionally that you are not the only power in this world, not the only intelligence with will and purpose. The old forces remain, watching, maintaining balance whether you acknowledge us or not. The Green Warden began to withdraw, its form becoming less distinct, more integrated with the surrounding forest. But before it completely disappeared, it spoke one more time. The guardian wolf and his healer, you two specifically are granted safe passage through any forest, any wild place. The woods will recognize you and allow your passage without impediment. This is reward for helping winter remember its proper place. Use it wisely. Then it was gone, melted back into the forest from which it had emerged. The standing stones remained, ancient and enigmatic, but the sense of being watched, of being judged, faded. Well, Strider said after a moment, that went better than I expected. We were given both approval and limitation, Elrond observed. Permission to continue our work, but only with oversight. Some would chafe at such restriction. I find it reassuring, Dorothy said. Having an ancient power willing to advise us means we're less likely to make catastrophic mistakes. We're amateurs playing at fixing fundamental forces of nature. Having an expert consultant seems like basic wisdom. Alfharin released a soft bark of agreement, then suddenly perked up, his ears swiveling toward a sound the others couldn't yet hear. The wolf's tail began to wag, not the cautious wag of uncertainty, but the enthusiastic wag of genuine pleasure. A moment later, Dorothy heard it too, other wolves approaching. Not threateningly, but with the relaxed confidence of creatures in their own territory, moving toward known friends. From the forest surrounding the standing stones, wolves began to emerge. 5, 10, 15. Eventually, Dorothy stopped counting. They ranged from juveniles still learning their place in the pack to ancient alphas whose muzzles were gray with age, and they were all focused on Alfharin. The guardian wolf moved forward to meet them, and what followed was a reunion of sorts. There was ritual posturing, ceremonial greeting, the complex social interactions of wolf packs. But underlying all of it was clear respect. These normal wolves recognized Alfharin as something special, something worthy of deference and honor. "They're acknowledging him," Celebrian said softly, recognizing his role in saving the forest from eternal winter. In wolf society, such acknowledgement is significant. One wolf in particular, an enormous male with a coat of pure black, approached Alfharin, and the two touched noses in greeting. Then the black wolf turned to look directly at Dorothy. She felt herself being assessed, evaluated. This alpha male was determining whether she was worthy of the guardian spirit's loyalty, whether their bond served the forest's interest or opposed it. Dorothy stood still, unthreatening but unafraid. Let the alpha see her clearly, without pretense or deception. If he found her wanting, she would accept his judgment. Alfharin had chosen her, but pack dynamics were complex and she wouldn't presume to understand them fully. After a long moment, the black alpha huffed once, a sound that might have been approval or might have been resignation to inevitable circumstances. Either way, he turned back to Alfharin and touched noses again, then withdrew into the forest with the rest of the pack following. Alfharin returned to Dorothy, and through their bond, she felt his satisfaction. He had been accepted by his kin, had been recognized as guardian born, serving proper purpose. And his bond with Dorothy had been acknowledged, if not entirely approved. "That's probably as good as it gets," Gandalf observed. "Wolf packs don't easily accept outsiders, even outsiders bonded to guardian spirits. But they haven't rejected you outright, which means you have provisional standing. Don't abuse it." "I wouldn't dare," Dorothy said, scratching behind Alfharin's ears. "These wolves could tear me apart in seconds if they chose to. I'm well aware that their tolerance is a gift, not a right." They spent that night camped within the standing stones, under the Green Warden's implicit protection. It felt strange but also profound, sleeping in a place that had witnessed countless ages, that had stood when the world was young and would likely stand long after current civilizations had turned to dust. In the morning they departed, following paths that appeared before them and closed behind them, guided by a forest that had judged them and found them, if not entirely worthy, at least not irredeemably flawed. The journey back to civilization took another week. They emerged from the ancient forest into farmland and villages, back into the world of humans who worried about crops and taxes, and all the mundane concerns that seemed trivial compared to eternal winter and fundamental forces of nature. But those mundane concerns mattered too, Dorothy reminded herself. The small struggles were no less real to those experiencing them than the epic battles were to those fighting them. A farmer worried about drought suffered just as genuinely as a warrior facing death in combat. Pain was pain, regardless of scale. They returned to Edoras to reports and debriefings, to meetings with King Theoden and his advisors, to the complex bureaucracy of explaining what they had done and why, without revealing details that would cause panic or misunderstanding. Through it all, Dorothy felt the weight of what they had accomplished and what still lay ahead. They had transformed two ancient forces now, Thuringwall from eternal hunger into peaceful rest, the eternal frost from consuming force into seasonal cycle. But there were other seals, other imprisoned entities, other potential catastrophes waiting to be addressed. The work would never be truly finished. There would always be another crisis, another seal, Another difficult choice between bad options and worse ones. But that was fine. That was, in fact, the point. Heroism wasn't about grand victories and permanent solutions. It was about showing up day after day, facing each challenge as it came, choosing compassion over convenience and wisdom over expedience. They could do that. They would do that. Together. 3 months had passed since the transformation of the eternal frost, and Dorothy had settled into a routine that felt simultaneously strange and natural. She divided her time between Edoras, where the company maintained a base of operations, and her home village, where she still treated patients and maintained her practice as a healer. Alfharin accompanied her everywhere, his presence now so familiar that people barely remarked on it anymore. The wolf had fully recovered from his injuries, though Dorothy sometimes caught him limping slightly on cold mornings, a permanent reminder of what he had sacrificed at the Northern Seal. But Alfharin never complained, never showed regret. Through their bond, Dorothy sensed only satisfaction at having served his purpose, at having protected those under his care. They were sitting in the small house Dorothy maintained in Edoras, a cottage at the city's edge where she could tend to patients who needed more specialized care than village healers could provide. When the summons came, not from the Green Warden this time, but from Gandalf, a simple note. "Come to the Golden Hall. We have news. Urgent." Dorothy and Alfharin arrived to find the full company assembled. Gandalf, Strider, Elrond, Celebrian, Boromir, Faramir, Gimli, and a handful of others who had joined their efforts in the intervening months. The atmosphere was tense, expectant. "What's happened?" Dorothy asked, taking a seat at the large table. "We've located another cult cell," Gandalf said without preamble. "Larger than the ones we faced before, better organized. And they're not targeting a seal this time. They're attempting something different, something potentially more dangerous." He unrolled a map, pointing to a location in the far south, near the sea. "Here, there's a place called the Drowned Archive, ruins of an ancient library that was swallowed by the ocean centuries ago. According to our intelligence, the cult believes they can access it, recover texts and artifacts that were deliberately destroyed or hidden because they contain knowledge too dangerous to preserve." "What kind of knowledge?" Strider asked. "Summoning rituals," Elrond replied, his expression grave. "Detailed instructions for calling entities from beyond our reality, not just one creature like they summoned in the Whispering Woods, but potentially dozens, possibly hundreds. If they succeed in recovering those texts, they could unleash horrors that would make the eternal frost seem manageable by comparison." "Then we stop them," Boromir said flatly. "Same as before. We go there, we disrupt their operation, we prevent catastrophe." "It won't be that simple," Celebrian cautioned. "The Drowned Archive is underwater, accessible only during specific tidal conditions, and even then only for brief periods. The cult has been preparing for months, building equipment that allows them to work underwater for extended periods. We don't have that advantage." "Then we'll have to make do with what we have," Dorothy said. "We always do. When do we leave?" "Tomorrow," Gandalf said. "We have perhaps 2 weeks before the cult completes their recovery operation. After that, the knowledge they seek will be in their possession, and stopping them becomes exponentially more difficult." The room fell silent as everyone processed this. Another crisis, another race against time, another situation where failure meant unthinkable consequences. But there was no hesitation, no suggestion that they should decline this mission or leave it to others. This was what they did now. This was who they had become. "Then we prepare," Strider said. "Check equipment, organize supplies, plan our approach, same as we've done before." The meeting broke up, everyone moving to their assigned tasks. But Dorothy lingered. And when the room was empty except for her, Alfharin, and Gandalf, she spoke. Will it ever end? These crises, these emergencies, these races to prevent catastrophe? Or is this just our life now, constantly moving from one disaster to the next? Gandalf was quiet for a moment, packing his pipe with deliberate care. Then he said, "It won't end, not in the sense you mean. There will always be threats, always be people who seek power without wisdom, always be forces that need containing or transforming. But—" He lit the pipe and took a contemplative puff. "That's not a bad thing. Having purpose, having meaningful work that genuinely matters, that's a gift. Many people go through their entire lives never finding anything that makes them feel truly necessary. You found that at 23. That's remarkable." "It's exhausting," Dorothy said honestly. "Yes," Gandalf agreed. "It is, but you'll find rhythms, learn to pace yourself, and you have support. This company, your village, Alfharin. You're not carrying this burden alone." Alfharin, hearing his name, pressed against Dorothy's leg reassuringly. Through their bond, she felt the wolf's unwavering commitment. Together. Always together. You don't carry anything alone while I'm here. "What happened to that young healer who just wanted to tend her village?" Dorothy asked, half to herself. The one who thought the biggest challenge she'd face was a difficult childbirth or a winter fever epidemic. "She grew," Gandalf said simply. "She was tested and didn't break. She was offered choices and chose compassion over convenience. She discovered capabilities she didn't know she possessed. That person still exists. She still treats fevers and assists with childbirth. But she's also become more than that. Expanded rather than replaced her original self." Dorothy thought about this. It was true. She hadn't stopped being a healer. If anything, she was better at it now, with more knowledge and experience than before. But she had added layers to that identity, had become someone who could face ancient evils and offer mercy, who could speak to forces of nature and help them find better ways of being. "I miss simplicity," she admitted. "I miss days when the hardest decision was which herb to use for a cough, not whether to transform a fundamental force of reality." "Then take those days when you can," Gandalf advised. "Between crises, return to your village. Tend your patients. Live simply. No one expects you to be always in crisis mode. In fact, maintaining connection to normal life is essential. It reminds you what you're fighting for, keeps you grounded in reality rather than lost in abstract concerns about seals and ancient powers." "Is that what you do?" Dorothy asked. "Between your own adventures?" Gandalf smiled. "I visit friends, smoke my pipe, occasionally spend months just wandering, observing, thinking. Even wizards need rest, especially old wizards who've been at this for far too long." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the afternoon sun slanting through windows, dust motes dancing in the golden light. Outside, they could hear the normal sounds of the city, merchants calling their wares, children playing, the distant ring of hammer on anvil, life continuing. Normal, mundane, precious life. "I'll go on this mission," Dorothy said finally, "and the next one, and the one after that, because it matters, because people need help, because I can make a difference. But I'll also take your advice. I'll rest when I can. I'll remember why this work matters. I'll stay connected to the normal world even while dealing with abnormal threats." "Wise," Gandalf said with approval. "Balance is essential. Lose yourself entirely in the work and you become cold, calculating, willing to sacrifice anything for the mission. Lose yourself entirely in normal life and you become complacent, unable to act when action is necessary. The key is maintaining both, being extraordinary when needed while remaining grounded in ordinary humanity." Alfharin released a soft bark that somehow conveyed, "I'll help. I'll remind you. That's part of what guardians do. We keep our companions balanced, prevent them from losing themselves in either extreme." Dorothy scratched behind the wolf's ears affectionately. "I know you will. You always do." The next morning, the company assembled in the courtyard for departure. They traveled light. This mission required speed and agility rather than heavy equipment. The journey to the southern coast would take 2 weeks of hard riding, leaving them barely any margin for error. As they prepared to mount up, a messenger arrived. A young woman, breathless from running, carrying a sealed letter marked with the green Warden symbol. Gandalf opened it, read quickly, and his expression shifted from concern to relief. "The Warden has consulted with other ancient powers," he said. "They've evaluated the drowned archive and determined that the knowledge contained there should indeed be recovered. But by us, not the cult. We're to secure the texts and bring them to the Warden for proper evaluation and disposition." "So we're not preventing a recovery operation," Strider said slowly. "We're conducting one ourselves and keeping the cult from interfering with it." "Exactly," Gandalf confirmed, "which changes our tactical approach significantly. We need to reach the archive before the cult does, secure the materials, and extract them safely. This is now a race and a heist rather than a battle." "I prefer heists to battles," Gimli said. "Less chance of being stabbed, more opportunity for cleverness." "Don't get too excited," Boromir cautioned. "The cult won't give up just because we get there first. We'll still end up fighting eventually. We always do." They rode south, pushing their horses hard, but not to the point of exhaustion. The landscape gradually changed from the grassy plains around Edoras to rolling hills, then to coastal regions where the smell of salt water hung heavy in the air. They were a week into their journey when Dorothy began noticing something strange. Alfharin was becoming increasingly agitated, his supernatural senses detecting something that troubled him deeply. Through their bond, she felt his concern building, though he couldn't quite communicate what was wrong. On the 8th day, they had their answer. They crested a hill overlooking the sea and stopped abruptly. Below them, at the water's edge, a massive encampment spread across the beach. Dozens of tents, multiple boats, sophisticated equipment for underwater work, and people, hundreds of them, far more than the cult cells they had previously encountered. "That's not a cell," Faramir said, his voice tight with alarm. "That's an army. The cult has mobilized everything they have for this operation." "They know how important the archive is," Gandalf said grimly. "They're willing to commit all their resources to securing it, which means we're vastly outnumbered." "We've been outnumbered before," Strider pointed out. "Not like this," Elrond replied. "Before we faced dozens, maybe 50 at most. That," he gestured at the encampment below, "is at least 300 people, possibly more. And they're organized, equipped, and prepared. This isn't a desperate assault. It's a professional military operation." Dorothy felt her stomach sink. They had faced long odds before, but this was different. This was an entire army devoted to a single purpose, against a small company of perhaps 15 people total. "We can't fight them directly," Celebrian said, stating the obvious. "We'd be slaughtered within minutes, so we need a different approach, something unexpected." "We sneak in," Dorothy said, an idea forming. "The cult doesn't know we're here. They're focused on the underwater recovery, not on defending against surface approach. If we can infiltrate the encampment, reach the archive's entry point before they do, we might be able to secure the materials and escape before they realize what's happening." "That's insanely risky," Boromir said. "Yes," Dorothy agreed, "but it's less risky than direct assault. Sometimes the bold approach is the safest one because no one expects it. They spent the rest of the day planning. The cult's operation was timed to coincide with the lowest tide of the month, which would occur in 3 days. During that brief window, perhaps 6 hours, the archive's entrance would be accessible. The cult clearly planned to send multiple teams down simultaneously, recovering as much material as possible before the tide returned. The company's plan was simpler but more dangerous. Infiltrate the camp, join one of the diving teams disguised as cult members, reach the archive first, secure the most dangerous texts, and extract before anyone realized they weren't supposed to be there. It was a plan with dozens of points of potential failure, but it was also their only real option. Over the next 2 days, they prepared. Strider scouted the camp's perimeter, identifying guard rotations and weak points. Celebrian worked on disguise magic that would make them appear to be cult members to casual observation. Gimli studied the underwater equipment, trying to understand how it worked in case they needed to use it themselves. And Dorothy worked with Alfharin, developing a contingency plan. If the infiltration failed, if they were discovered and needed to escape, the wolf would serve as distraction and extraction, creating chaos that would allow the others to flee while he used his supernatural speed and forest-granted safe passage to escape pursuit. It was a plan that put Alfharin in terrible danger. But the wolf was insistent, his determination absolute. Protecting is my purpose. Let me serve it. On the 3rd day, as the tide began to fall, they made their move. Disguised as cult members, robes stolen from sentries, faces altered by Celebrian's illusions, they walked openly into the camp. The key to successful infiltration, Strider had taught them, was confidence. Act like you belong, and people will assume you do. It almost worked. They reached the beach where diving teams were assembling, joined a group preparing to descend to the archive. Equipment was distributed, strange apparatus that would allow breathing underwater for limited periods. Final instructions were given about what to look for, what to prioritize. And then a voice called out, "Wait, you there. I don't recognize you. Which cell are you from?" The speaker was a woman in her 40s, clearly someone with authority. She was studying their group with suspicion, noting small details that didn't quite fit. For a moment, no one moved. The entire plan hung on the edge of discovery or success. Then Alfharin acted. The wolf had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for exactly this contingency. He charged into the camp with a howl that echoed across the beach, drawing every eye toward the sudden chaos of a massive wolf tearing through tents and equipment. "Go!" Gandalf hissed to the others. "While they're distracted, into the water now." The diving team scattered in panic at Alfharin's assault, and in the confusion, Gandalf's group plunged into the sea. The underwater breathing apparatus worked, barely, uncomfortably, but well enough. They descended through murky water, following markers the cult had placed, swimming toward the ruins below. The drowned archive rose from the sea floor like a skeletal hand. Ancient stone walls, collapsed roofs, rooms open to the water and whatever horrors might lurk there. But it was still intact enough that its contents might be recovered, still recognizable as what it had been, a repository of knowledge that someone long ago had decided was too dangerous to keep on dry land. They entered through a breach in the outer wall and found themselves in what had once been a grand reading room. Bookcases still stood, though centuries of water had destroyed most of their contents. But sealed containers, waterproof even after all this time, lined the walls. These would hold what the cult sought, what the Green Warden wanted secured. They began gathering containers, working as quickly as the underwater environment allowed. Boromir and Faramir stood guard at the entrance, weapons ready for whatever might emerge from the deeper ruins or descend from above. They had perhaps 20 minutes before the cult organized enough to send down their own teams. 20 minutes to secure as much as possible and begin extraction. 15 minutes in, they heard it, the sound of other divers entering the archive. The cult had recovered from Alfharin's distraction and was now pursuing their primary objective despite the chaos above. "Enough," Gandalf signaled. "We have what we can carry. Time to leave." They began ascending, loaded down with sealed containers, moving as fast as the equipment allowed. But the cult divers were faster, unburdened by stolen materials, motivated by fury at the infiltration. Combat underwater was surreal and terrible. Swords moved slowly through water, impacts lacked force, and the constant threat of damaged breathing apparatus added mortal stakes to every exchange. Boromir and Faramir fought a desperate rearguard action, keeping cult warriors at bay while the others escaped. They broke the surface 100 yards from the beach, gasping for air, struggling to shore under the weight of the containers. On the beach, Alfharin's distraction had evolved into full battle. The wolf surrounded by dozens of cult warriors, fighting with supernatural ferocity but clearly unable to hold out much longer. "Alfharin!" Dorothy screamed, dropping her containers and running toward the wolf. She was perhaps 50 yards away when a cult warrior's blade found Alfharin's flank, opening a deep wound that would have killed a normal wolf instantly. The guardian spirit stumbled, his strength finally failing, and cult warriors closed in for the kill. Dorothy didn't think. She simply acted. She released every bit of healing magic she possessed in a single concentrated burst, channeling it not carefully or precisely, but in an overwhelming wave. It wasn't sophisticated healing. It was pure life force, raw vitality, the absolute refusal to let Alfharin die. The magic hit like a shockwave, hurling cult warriors backward, surrounding Alfharin in golden light so bright it hurt to look at. The wolf's wound closed, his strength returned, and for a moment he stood transfigured. No longer just a guardian spirit, but something more, something touched by divine grace. Then the light faded, and Alfharin was just himself again, albeit healed, restored, ready to continue fighting. But the cult warriors were retreating now, frightened by the display of power, uncertain whether they faced normal mortals or something beyond their ability to fight. "Now!" Gandalf shouted. "While they're disorganized, everyone out, quick as you can." They fled, carrying their stolen cargo, Alfharin running beside Dorothy, the entire camp in chaos behind them. They reached their horses, secured in the hills above the beach, and rode hard, not slowing until the camp was miles behind them and pursuit seemed unlikely. That night, they camped in a secluded valley and took stock. They had recovered 23 sealed containers from the drowned archive. Examination revealed that most contained books, waterproofed through ancient magic, still readable despite centuries underwater. Books about summoning, about binding, about calling entities from beyond reality. Knowledge that was indeed incredibly dangerous in the wrong hands. "We'll take these to the Green Warden," Gandalf said. "Let the old power decide what should be preserved, what should be destroyed, and what should be sealed away even more securely than before." "And the cult?" Strider asked. "They'll be furious. We've stolen what they spent months preparing to recover. They'll come after us with everything they have." "Let them come," Boromir said grimly. "We've faced their worst before. We'll face it again if we must." "No," Dorothy said quietly. Everyone turned to look at her. "No, we don't just prepare for their attacks. We take the offensive. We've been reactive this entire time, responding to their plans, disrupting their operations, but never actually dealing with the root cause. It's time to change that. It's time to find where the cult's leadership is based and end this properly." "That's a massive undertaking," Elrond pointed out. We don't even know where their central organization is located." "Then we find out," Dorothy said, her voice carrying conviction she hadn't felt before. "We interrogate captured cultists. We follow leads. We use the books we just recovered to trace back who originally owned them and who might know about them. We stop playing defense and start finishing this fight." Gandalf smiled, the expression of profound pride and approval. "Now you sound like a true leader, not just responding to crisis, but actively shaping outcomes. Yes, let's do exactly that. Let's end the cult's threat permanently." They spent the rest of the night planning, outlining investigations and operations that would take months or even years to complete. But for the first time, they were looking beyond the immediate crisis to the larger pattern, thinking strategically rather than just tactically. Dorothy sat with Alfharin, her hand buried in his fur, feeling the wolf's heartbeat steady and strong beneath her palm. They had nearly lost each other today, had come within seconds of permanent separation, but they had survived, together, as they always would. "Thank you," she whispered to the wolf, "for the distraction, for buying us time, for being willing to sacrifice yourself so the mission could succeed." Alfharin's response was to press closer, to share his warmth and presence. Through their bond, Dorothy felt his meaning. Not sacrifice, service. That's what guardians do, and you would do the same for me. You proved it today when you healed me at cost to yourself. They had come so far from that first meeting months ago in the Whispering Woods, had faced horrors and triumphs, had transformed ancient evils and prevented catastrophes, had become legends, though neither of them was comfortable with that label. But more importantly, they had become partners, companions, family, and whatever came next, whatever new threats emerged, whatever impossible choices awaited, they would face it together. Dawn broke over their camp, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. A new day beginning, another chapter in their ongoing story. Dorothy stood and stretched, feeling the ache of yesterday's exertions, the weariness that came from constantly operating at the edge of her capabilities, but also feeling purpose, meaning, the profound satisfaction of knowing that her life mattered, that her choices had consequences beyond just her own survival. "Ready?" Gandalf asked, coming to stand beside her. "Always," Dorothy replied. They broke camp and rode toward the Green Warden's domain, carrying knowledge recovered from the depths, bearing scars from battles fought, holding hope for futures that might be shaped by wisdom rather than just force. The story continued, and for Dorothy and Alfharin, healer and guardian, woman and wolf, partners in purpose and friendship, that was exactly as it should be. The world needed heroes, not the kind in epic poems who never doubted or faltered, but the real kind, the ones who were tired and scared and uncertain but showed up anyway, the ones who chose compassion when violence would be easier, who sought transformation over destruction, who believed that even ancient evils deserved a chance for mercy, if they could accept it. They were those heroes, imperfect but determined, exhausted but persistent, mortal but magnificent in their refusal to surrender to despair or cynicism. And as long as threats existed, as long as ancient seals held terrible secrets, as long as forces of darkness sought to unmake the world, they would be there, together, always together.